Well met, lords and ladies. Jacob Butter speaking, and welcome back to another episode of. Back. Oh, okay, we've returned. Yeah, so like I was saying, I had a different internet setting on, and I forgot to change it back from earlier. So, yeah. Anyways, off to a good start. Hello to Josh. It seems that we lost two other people who were here before. So, whoops. Oh well. Better late than never, anyway. Oh, okay, they're returning. Yes, everything is sorted, and as health-wise, a lot of things are sorted too. Again, still not 100%, but I am functional. And again, there is a lot to catch up on. And I did do a stream yesterday on the Butter Bunch, but it's time to do one here as well. And I can already hear my voice starting to give way, even though I've been talking today and did Walking Wednesday. So, yeah, might have to leave sometime during this video to get myself some water or something. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, main channel time. Time to cover a video that I was planning to cover when it came out, and that was when I was sick, so I missed a double episode of Disco Pops. That is right, we have Double Sadness and Childhood Memories. Yeah, so if you don't know, there was a community post that was going on that Josh informed me of, where Jonny was saying that he was debating at the time whether or not to put these two episodes together as one project, which would then make the longest video that he's actually ever made. That I guess there wasn't a stream, obviously. So eventually the verdict came in and said, "Oh yeah, well this is well let's combine both of them. Why not?" And so he did, and here we are. So I'm kind of curious because I think the reason behind why they were combined was because Jonny thought there wasn't enough content in one of them, which to me sounds like the kind of like reasoning that BB has sometimes. She recently told me that there was a Rip in the Dark episode that was too short by her standards, but it wasn't too short in general. It's just that the TTRPG fandom expect to have long videos, and I said, well, from a view retention perspective, actually having a shorter video would be beneficial to you in that moment, especially because her videos are not streams. So yeah, that's I can't remember what she actually decided eventually, but that was why I was like, I've heard that argument before, where it's like, you want a certain runtime to be hit, and the solution, I guess, in both cases was to combine two things together. So it's sort of like having quantity and quality. But the question, of course, is if when spliced together, does the quality take a nosedive on account of quantity or not? And that's what we're here to find out today, as well as catch up on Disco Pops, because it's been a while, especially for me. You lot probably already seen this, but I have not. So without further ado, on with the review. Episode 4, Double Sadness, which sounds like a Raditz attack from Double Sunday or something. Oh, so to recap, Jess was poisoned last episode during the battle of, I forgot what the school's name actually was. And here we are now, and she's actually recovering from what essentially was like one of the first major. I mean, Disco Ball Survival has been doing better in terms of its battles at any rate, but particularly this one, where I do remember there was something in later Disco Pops I never got to, which was where I think one particular character, I think it might have been Amy, but it could have been Jess actually, was put in a wheelchair, I think, and someone else blamed themselves for those events. I'm not sure if this is a recreation of that, because again, Discord Survival does sort of speedrun the major events from the original series rather than the episodic ones that were there before. So I don't know if it's a recursion of that, but either way, it still raises the stakes from everything else that Jonny was made up until this point. And I will say it's probably going to be a better starting point, considering that he's still got to make the best out of a bad situation, i.e., the deletion of the channel from before, and here we are now. Which, by the way, if Maddie's Gacha theory, this theory was correct about if that the video containing sadness being the issue, which of course is ridiculous, but yeah, if that had been correct, the episode Double Sadness coming right after that is it would be a pretty bold move. But yeah, I think it's pretty clear by now that no one believes that. Anyway, I'm so sorry, Amy. This is all my fault. I should have used my powers on Andromeda. Yeah, can't you shield things? It's interesting. I think that was one of my complaints from before, wasn't it? That she could shield things, and yet everyone was keeping her away from the battlefield that she had just signed up for. If anything, it was because of her powers that she was being targeted at that moment. I just don't want to lose my best friend, Kim. And, yeah, oh wait, no, I was going to say and cousin, but no, they're not actually, right, I forgot that. Figurative cousin. This is very I haven't heard this track before from Jonny. It's a very smooth one. I'm not sure if it quite fits the mood, but it's something. Hey, girls. Don't worry about my little sister. Oh, right, of course, because so this must be the sister who is at medical school or was at the hospital. I forgot she was at medical school or she was already training as a professional. I forgot which one, but either way, something to do with medicine. She was practicing that nearby to the school, and that's why she was desperate to go there. So nice connection. I completely forgot about that. My team of doctors is working on an antidote right now. I thought the other villains had an antidote or something. I mean, yeah, I guess you would have to try and fashion out an antidote or something. Just off the top of my head, I would have thought dialysis could filter out the impurity from someone's blood. I thought that was part of the point of it. That's another solution, I suppose. I'm not a doctor, so don't take my word for it, but I just off the top of my head. Is Jess still alive, though? Well, yes. They wouldn't be working on an antidote if she was not alive. What on earth are you talking about? I know you're in distress, but there's a limit. Anyway, or is Amy about to lose her mind? Oh yeah, sure. Is our friend alive, or is our other friend going to have to feel slightly worse than she already does? Aside from the fact that our other friend might not be alive. Priorities here. Good grief. And yes, there's more Disco Pop's double feature, in fact. We're on a double episode time. We don't know. Her vitals seem to be okay, but she's unresponsive. That's called a coma. You're studying medicine and you don't know that. If someone is alive and yet unconscious and you can't get them to return to consciousness, they are in a coma. Again, not a doctor, but come on. And the reason I point that out is because it seems like she's reacting as if this has never happened before in the history of medicine, and it absolutely has. Anyway, what about your parents, Polly? Are they mad at Kim? They're more concerned that their daughter is in a coma. Who cares about Kim? I'm sorry, but seriously. I mean, you did spend 2 episodes protecting her and such, but guess what? Someone else is in more danger right now. Focus on that aspect. Oh my goodness. Another episode of nurses that don't know the medical field, even though they're supposed to know. Not a very catchy title, but might want to workshop that one. But yes, for another episode of one of those, I suppose. They aren't. They understand it's not your fault, Kim. No, duh. I mean, if anything, the two to remind people of this, Jess's parents are Ladybug and Cat Noir. Like they're not. They know that sometimes people get injured in the field of battle, even if they have someone next to them who could have helped them. And the important thing is they have to learn not to blame yourselves for that. So of course they're not mad about that. You know, aside from the fact that their emotions are much more geared to will my daughter recover from being poisoned? Uh Yep, that's yeah, dumb nurses in medical field. You'll go with that. Denymph. Yes, there you go, that's the name. Denymph. Oh, I guess Kyle gets a name. Hello, Kyle. Polly, we have a bit of a problem. What is it, Kyle? Okay, another thing that I'm pretty sure is standard medical procedure. You don't talk about a patient's health in front of their family immediately like that. If like just random updates, because it can cause a panic. I think the procedure is to pull someone aside and say, nurse whoever, doctor whoever, can I speak to you over here or something like that. Must run in each gut nurse's gene pool. Well, I hope that Nurse Pig is an exception to that. Otherwise, I didn't do my job correctly either. We've tried all the antidotes we could find, but none of them work. Didn't Polly just say that we're trying to work on an antidote, as in they were already in the process of making another antidote, implying they'd already either tried other antidotes or didn't have access to them? Why suddenly were they doing more of this? This is what I mean when I say write a script, everyone. This is a prime example right here. Are you telling me you won't be able to save my sister? Again, move away from the civilians! This isn't my street. People's ears work in this universe, I'm pretty sure. Unless we're going to cut to them afterwards and Amy's going to say something like, what's happening? Is Jess going to be okay now? Or something to that effect. I'm not sure, Polly. The best antidote that worked was to keep her vitals up. Okay, thanks, Kyle. Hey, Mary, how's the cruise going with the other? What a spectacular transition right there. Is my sister going to be okay? I'm sorry, but there's not much hope. The best we can do right now is make sure that she is comfortable. Hey, how's this cruise going? Oh my goodness. It's going great. Emma's feeling a bit hungry though, as usual. Again, got some groovy tracks today. We wish you could have come with us, but we understand Majesty wanted to make sure the world is safe. Yeah, you know, what a buzzkill, am I right? Majesty, seriously, get your act together. I'm teasing. That makes sense. So I'm just adjusting the volume as well, stalling for time. Okay, here we go. I made a comment to Rasmus saying, I wonder how you react to this scene. Oh, okay. All right, then. Better pay close attention then, because clearly there's something here. I mean, I know they're M as well, the names of the Super Pops from before, but yeah. Yeah, plus, what if other pop groups need our help as well? Then you teleport, right? Every pop can teleport. That's true. We've got to take out the water park, get Emma some food. Was Emma Earth Pop's name as well? Because I want to say classic Earth Pop right now, but I want to make sure I'm correct about that. It's been a long time since I've seen Jazz Pops. I'm fairly certain that Emma was also Earth Pop's name. Hey, I think I see an iceberg up ahead. Mary. Not that cruise. Although there was another cruise that did sink, which, by the way, I think uh, I think it was like episode 2 of Difficult Survival where we were supposed to talk about the ending line was something about how will Jess, I think, react to the news that Gabriel was dead. Yeah, that's right. Gabriel Agreste apparently was on the cruise that sunk with the blues pops and died in the process. So apparently that was just not common knowledge in the past 10 years, and it has not been acknowledged yet, I don't think. I don't think episode 3 actually tackled anything to do with Gabriel, despite his own son being a main character in the video, and his granddaughter, and his daughter-in-law. You know, just everyone who had been mostly involved with it, apart from his assistant. Okay, bye, Mary. Oh, there we go. Okay, Eli, confirmed. There we go. Of course. So it was Earth Pop. Fine, I can say it then. Classic Earth Pop. I miss Jazz Pops. Eli, we have an emergency. What's the problem, Majesty? One of the disco pops got poisoned by Andromeda. What? We don't seem to know what kind of poison Andromeda used to poison Groove, though. You mean, she went to a hospital, right? Can't they analyze the poison? I mean, even if it's magic, they know what it's made of, at least. They can take a composition of it. That's literally what forensic science is all about. I mean, I know this usually applied to people who've already died, but I feel like you could expand that. I'll figure it out, Majesty. Me, I guess the poison expert? Jazz Pops can't be defeated. Oh god, okay. So I guess this is the updated look for, I think that was Ebony Pop, right? Pretty sure. Oh wait, no, Ebony Pop was actually Ebony Colour. Never mind. Oh no, it is Ebony. I sorry, I was not looking at the side of the other side of the screen. I was trying to. I was focusing on the design on the left. Did not see the on the right. It listed as Good Luck Ebony. Okay, so I was right. Also, consistent detail there. In civilian forms, you always refer to them by civilian name, and then by pop form, pop name. I mean, some people miss that whenever they talk about these things, and I obviously don't keep to that in the videos because I usually find one thing easier than the other to remember. But in the actual universe, that is a practice that is constantly adhered to. Now, where on earth did I leave my poison potion? Oh, so yeah, just go to the source. That's actually a very smart plan here. Unless one of my fellow Star Trek members talking about it. This isn't the first time I'm seeing these designs. Well, it's not the first time I'm seeing Ebony Pop in general, but as far as I remember much more so how they used to look because I've seen that consistently versus, oh, okay, updated design, time to delete the old file in my memory. That's not how that usually works. I know that your name is encyclopedic, Josh, but quite frankly, you probably have an eidetic memory, I think, in your case. Again, not a doctor, I'm just guessing today. There's a lot of medical stuff I'm guessing about. Hey, Arugula. A Jazz Pop? What are you doing in my potion shop? That rhymed. I don't think it meant it to, but there you go. It's okay, I've come to ask for your help. One of the Disco Pops got poisoned by Andromeda. Oh, yeah, didn't they have a run-in with her? I think I know this is not the first time we've seen this poison shop. I forgot which pop group actually ran into her previously. Of course, Andromeda took my poison potion. You made the poison? You, a maker of poisons and seller of said poisons, made the poison? This is completely unexpected. Yeah, but I have been working on an antidote for it, should it fall into the wrong hands. I guess, again, no one's actually fully finalized this thing. I mean, she says I've been working on it, so I think she means that she's actually finished it. Why is part of the sample for this track just a cat? It's not really like a thing for the video. I just wonder about the music now. Why was a cat brought to the recording booth? Was it bring your cat to work day at the studio? That'd be an interesting day. You know, if you there's always like bring your daughter to work day or something like that. But you know, bring your cat. Bring your pets, honestly. Bring your pet to work day would be a fun day at the office. Oh, good grief. Anyway, Arugula, you have to give me that antidote, otherwise Groove is going to die. Please, you helped us before. Okay, so it was the Jazz Pops that were here last. Alright, just don't tell Andromeda that I helped cure Groove. I mean, she did steal your poison potion, so I guess this can count as revenge. Why not? Have Groove drink this. It should remove all the poison in her body. Yeah, problem is she's in a coma. Can I put that in a dialysis machine? That's probably not safe to do. Okay, thanks, Arugula. Remember, keep this between you, the Jazz Pops, and me. I guess you can. Fine, you can tell the other Jazz Pops, who are not involved in this situation, but yeah. I will. Oh, okay. New transition form. I think I've seen that one before in a Jonny video. I like that. Okay, and now we actually get the proper emotional stakes here. You know, the sister seeing her sister in this state. That's enough to mess up anyone. I mean, a lot of the time, I'm pretty sure that with medical practice, you're not supposed to operate or help treat any of your relatives because you get like emotionally attached and emotionally involved more so than you would in other situations. I'm pretty sure that's how that goes. Yeah. Oh, she's in a coma. Shove it down her throat. There. Yeah, I don't think she didn't know about that one. To be fair, but oh my goodness, when you do realize. Oh, I thought we were going to get like a little bit of a speech from Polly. Sure, don't tell, it works. Excuse me, nurse? Yes? Please tell me you have good news involving my sister. Your sister? Your name is Polly Agrest. Wait a minute, does that mean that she's... does that mean that she is Jessica Agrest? Wow, I did not know that. It's like the people who, like, give away Bruce Wayne's... Batman's secret identity. No, Batman's secret identity, sorry, Bruce Wayne's secret identity as Batman. This is like indirect Batman getting past the mustard. I think there was a Nostalgia Critic joke at one point. Bruce Wayne was talking to who Aquaman's civilian name was, and Aquaman says Batman to him in full earshot of this random extra who's like, "Wait, Batman? Bruce Wayne is Batman," or something like that. Gotta be careful with the superhero stuff. I mean, again, Majesty was obviously very careful because she's trained about that, but yeah, Polly over here, your parents and sister are all superheroes. You should know better. Oh my goodness. Oh, and Aiden wants to be let in, so... all right then. One moment. I'll bring him up to speed. Not like it will take too long because I'm very good at summarizing videos. Okay. There we go. He'll be here soon. Oh wow, that was really quick. I said he would be here immediately.
Yes.
You were keen today. All right then.
Yes. I just got back from work. I'm tired. Anyways, hello.
Hello.
So by the way, just saying the nurse, I really like the way how crap, I don't know who made this pop series, but I really like the
Jonny.
way I really like the way Jonny shows scrubs because I feel like that looks like really accurate to scrubs that an actual nurse would wear.
That is true. That's probably the only accurate thing about this nurse that has been presented so far, but you are right. The scrubs do make a lot of sense. So yeah, to recap what you've missed essentially, Groove, who is the pop that is currently in a coma, was poisoned last episode by a nurse called Andromeda, and was brought here. We had a whole side thing about Kim and the one pops feeling responsible. Meanwhile, the main project should have been her the whole time. But yeah, the nurse is also Groove's sister. So yeah, which I was just saying now, I don't think that's actually a standard thing you would do. Be assigned to treat.
I don't think you're allowed to
relatives.
Treat your sibling because then that compromises your judgment. Technically,
that's what I was saying before. Then again, there's a lot of things in this. They said at one point they were trying to work on an antidote at the hospital itself. Then another nurse or a doctor comes in, talks to Polly in full view of and earshot of two visitors about the updated condition in the moment, and says we've tried a bunch of different antidotes actually, but they didn't work. Rather than saying they fashioned one of their own. And then,
I mean, personally, what I would have did is I would have introduced like a science group or something, or like maybe maybe Majesty knows like a technology group that could work on an antidote, because I don't think a hospital would just try a bunch of random antidotes or try to make one. I feel like they would like test
they might try
her.
dialysis.
Like they would like test her, maybe be like, okay, it can't be this, eliminating stuff, and then maybe going over potential treatments. But I don't think they would like try concocting their own formula and stuff, because that's not normally what doctors do. They normally do stuff they somewhat know that already works, instead of making her elaborate, because I think that's pretty immoral.
I do know that, well, I mean, in the moment, if you've got no other solutions, I feel like that would probably be the emergency situation. But then the doctor came on and said they did have them, so that kind of negates what I just said.
Yeah.
I know from seeing Dr. Mike videos that actually the thing to do in a situation where you have been poisoned, like with snake venom, for example, is not to suck out the venom. It's actually to immediately try and like get to a hospital where they would have different types of anti-venom. They're able to treat it much better there than you would be like in the moment, because otherwise you're just absorbing the venom into yourself, and you're more likely to just affect two people rather than one. So that one I remember. So I guess they would have different types of anti-venom. So the second statement made a lot of sense, but the first one that came from Polly doesn't. But ultimately, Polly has no idea what she's doing and should not have been assigned to this case. She's here because she's been established as an earlier thing, like, oh yeah, my sister either works at a hospital or was studying medicine. I can't remember what they said originally, but I think it was.
But this is a thing when it comes to antivenom. Most antivenoms are made based off the poison they were initially derived from. So, like, if you were to get an antivenom for a certain kind of snake, you would take some of that snake's venom and use it to concoct an antivenom. So wouldn't it make a lot of sense if they tried to find whoever poisoned this pop and try to get a sample of that venom so they could test it and try to figure out how to make an anti-venom from it?
I am so glad that you asked that, because actually that is what that was the previous scene. Majesty comes in and contacts Eli from Jazz Pops and also our comment section, and then says, and it says, can you help me out? And then so she goes to I don't remember Origa, or as I call her, Arugula, from a previous Jazz Pops encounter, I think, where she owns a potion shop, and she's mainly like on the side of villains, but does help out sometimes. You know, she sort of leans in a bit more to true neutral than anything else. But anyway, true neutral lean towards neutral evil. Anyway, yeah. So, but she does agree to help because actually, Andromeda turns out stole her own poison bottle, which was just called poison potion apparently.
Oh yes, poison potion. Also, by the way, okay,
that's a Minecraft term.
Also, here's the thing I don't like about the idea. Why is it a potion that the poison is from? Like, normally potions and poisons are different. Like, you can concoct maybe a magical poison, but I guess you wouldn't be like, oh, yes, this potion that is poisonous. Like, it would be normally it'd be something like a sleeping spell or like a sleeping curse kind of potion. Like, you'd be more specific with the kind of potion if you're doing it, and you wouldn't word it as a poison. Because
I guess if you had to prepare different ingredients and make them work in a certain way and activate the poisonous aspect with magic, that would count as a poison and a potion.
I guess, but like poison potions aren't really a thing when it comes to magic systems. It's kind of weird to word it as a poison potion.
I mean, they're a thing in Minecraft, and also
Minecraft
in Harry Potter as well. I think at one point Snape will say, "Unless you wish to poison her, and I have the greatest sympathy for you. If you did, I cannot help you," or something like that.
Okay, for one, two things about that. One,
actually, wait. No, he tells them to brew antivenom or antidotes in a class at one point because he's actually going to use. He actually threatens to use Neville's pet toad as an example because Neville's potion is so bad. He said, "Oh, if I poison your toad, will it actually be motivation for you to do well in my class?"
That sounds horrible.
Yeah, it's Snape. What are you expecting?
Well, yeah, but like that's like go to jail kind of horrible.
There's a reason that Snape was Neville's worst fear.
Yeah, it's just one. I wouldn't really use Harry Potter as an example of world building or a good magic system. Listen, Harry Potter has a lot of issues with its world building and magic system.
So do most of things.
Yeah, a lot of things do. Like Aphmau especially has a very weird and not the best world building half the time. Like sometimes it's all right, but sometimes it's really not that great. And it's really
I find that the main thing with Harry Potter stuff is it has gaps, but what it does actually establish makes sense for what is being established.
I guess, but I don't know.
The stuff that exists is detailed enough and intricate enough to make sense in the context of its own universe. And that's what you really need.
But the concept of poison potion is just weird in general. Like you could have like a poisonous elixir, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't really
word.
I know, but I wouldn't word it as a potion. I would word it more as like an actual poison, maybe like an enchanted poison instead of something like and instead of a potion, because it's one of those things. Plus, I don't think plus, if we're dealing with a magical poison, I don't think any normal antivenom would undo it. You would need some sort of magical antidote. That's what they found.
Remember what I just said? The doctors tried normal antidotes and it didn't work? That's what that was in reference to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and again, to address the other point you just made,
oh my god,
that's exactly what Pop did. She went out to the only person she knew who was a connoisseur of potions, sort of lucked out that it happened to be that the poison potion came from her originally, so she had been working on antidote already, and then came back with it, and that's the bottle she's holding right now and giving to the nurse to apply to her sister.
Here's the thing though. If this happened in real life and you're like, oh, I have the antidote to whatever this person's afflicted to, and you went up to a nurse, be like, here, give this to the person. It will cure them for their affliction. The nurse or doctor or whoever is taking care of the patient would basically be like, I'm gonna have to run this by a few doctors and test it. It's like, no, because listen, you can't just give up. You can't just ask the nurse to give an untested thing to a patient.
Counter argument here, of course, would be the fact that Polly is fully aware of how the pops work, who Ebony Pop is most likely, and therefore this is actually going to work in the first place.
Yeah, but even if this does work, she could potentially lose her job and especially her license. The
She's not
fact
that good at her job to begin with, quite honestly.
she could lose her job and her medical practice license, even if this does work, because you're not supposed to just give patients a random thing,
Aiden,
regardless if you test.
would you rather lose your job or lose your sister?
I guess, but let's be honest. When this does work, it's not going to have any consequence to her, and they're going to treat it like, oh yes, because like there would be consequences in real life, even if you tried giving someone an antidote.
Assuming, of course, that there's witnesses.
There's probably cameras. I hope.
Okay, yes, there are Well, actually, that raises a further question, because actually, you're curing a pop of an ailment. So is that gonna? I'm assuming that she was registered on the list as Groove Pop, which now
Oh
that I
my
think about it, means that
god!
she probably wouldn't have been involved like under normal circumstances. I don't actually know.
But wait, does Groove Pop? I don't think Groove Pop has legal identity. Does Groove
Yeah,
Pop have health
just
insurance?
has civilian identity. You know what I'm gonna say? Most likely, Majesty just charmed everyone. She's been
Charmed
known to do
everyone.
that.
Ah, yes, Groove Pop is a real person. She totally has a legal driver's license and social security number, guys. And she has a bunch of health
Even
insurance. Trust me,
the source
bro.
material, even the source material actually does that sometimes. Not the health
Really?
insurance, and not specifically for a hospital scenario, because I don't think they ever go to hospital in Isabel Pops originally. Correct me if I'm wrong, people have watched the full series. But she does charm people and hypnotize them so she can get away with stuff. Which again,
Dang.
when the bad guys do it, all they do is say, "Hey, join the bunglers." When Majesty does it, it's very specific.
Oh my god.
That's why Majesty's one of those kinds of like, it's so good
If
that you're on the side of good, because otherwise
yeah,
you'd be a
Majesty is
forced reckoning
evil. Oh god. You know what?
Majesty is exactly the reason that the Suicide Squad was made.
Wait.
How do we
Okay.
take down Superman? How do we take down Majesty? That's
Pop
the
series,
real question.
guys. We got a pop series concept. Okay.
Don't say Suicide Pops.
What? No, actually, that sounds
Okay.
amazing. But no. That's beside the point. That was my idea. What if there was an evil? What if there was an evil Majesty? Like this could be an alternate universe, or this could be in the main universe, and like Majesty is like this evil sister who's like her equal to her power in every way, and she raises a
She
team of
already has an
evil.
evil twin.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah, Dr. Ruin. That's the whole premise of
Oh.
the show. Yeah.
But like, look, okay, I'm just saying, what if there's someone with the exact same power of Majesty, but evil? And then imagine she likes to make teams of pops just to have a bunch of evil pops they can convert, either makes them be evil by force, or she just picks evil people to become pops, and maybe it's like an alternate world multiverse thing, and it's like, ooh.
Yeah,
That would be so cool. And then maybe a team of good pops either goes to that world, or a team of good pops has to fight a team of evil pops and an evil Majesty. And maybe one of the good pops gets turned evil, and it's all about saving that one pop and stopping evil Majesty with her evil team of pops. And there's drama, and oh my god.
And probably, depending on who show, a musical competition between the pair of them, because a lot of the time
I forgot about that part.
hypnosis stuff is solved. But yeah, they're a pop group. Exactly. Also, to clarify from before, apparently it's more memory manipulation than it is hypnosis. Okay. Doesn't really make it better, but thank you for clarifying. Truth, Group Pop has a totally real birth certificate. Yeah, just like shows like that one card from Doctor Who that says anything you want on it.
You know what, Flowerbot, you should have did that. That would have been amazing. Majesty being a traitor. Oh my god, I would love.
This is still Johnny's video.
Oh.
You know, in season 2 of Jazz Pops, there's the traitor. I was actually at one point considering it would be Majesty, and maybe I should have stuck with it. Oh, okay, yeah.
That would have been amazing. Oh my god.
They would have to have wondered why Majesty recruited the Pops to begin with. Was only just going to betray them. Just we have a motivation to do that in that scenario.
Majesty.
So, regardless, if anything, season 2 of the Jazz Pops was about reuniting a pop group that was already defeated and had been for 10 years. So Magic being the traitor would make no sense in that scenario. If anything, I mean, Butch used to finish off one by one. She really wanted them out of the way for good.
I
They
mean,
practically were, but
what you
still.
could do with an Evil Majesty arc is maybe have like a villain either through time travel or manipulation convert Majesty to evil, but have her be undercover evil. And like this would be post
That actually
apocalypse
happened a couple of
existing.
times.
Oh,
That actually happened a couple of times in the source material. Yeah,
I
I
mean,
keep forgetting what I think it's Nurse Chaos is Majesty's alter ego when she's hypnotized and on the bungler side. I always forget what her name was, but I'm pretty sure people always say Nurse Chaos.
I don't know,
So,
because
yeah.
like I think it'd be really interesting to get a full on evil Majesty. By that I mean like she acts like Majesty, she has a Majesty's personality somewhat, she has her memories, maybe prior connections to Pops, but she's just evil and does evil stuff, and I think that would be very interesting. I mean, you know, just like, and it's like, ooh, and then like,
That was just kind of what I said earlier about Nurse Chaos.
yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where I want to see that, but I'm like, if I don't know, because it's one of the things where it's like I'm like, ooh, that'd be interesting, but I could think of a million ideas. But again, I have a lot more of a dramatic flair to stuff, and I don't know if that would work with a Pop series. I'm gonna be honest. Like a lot of the Pop series, I mean, they're dramatic, but they're not dramatic because they also have
They're more
wackiness.
lighthearted in
Yeah.
nature.
Yeah, it's just like I am not lighthearted. None of my stuff is like, ooh, everything's happy with a hint of sadness, but everything's
Maybe that'd
mostly
be
happy. Like, no, I'm
that'd be a
like
good thought experiment for you, actually, to try and delve into that side. That might be a good challenge.
the happiness?
Yes.
Oh god, that sounds scary. I'm not happy. I'm very depressed. I'm very depressed. Why do you that's why I write depressing stuff.
Okay, fine. I like to write a lot of complex dialogue. I once wrote a radio play where the main character is mute. That was my challenge to myself, and I still got a good grade for it.
Okay, but we should continue. Anyways.
We definitely should.
Caca.
Alright, so this antidote should cure Groove of the poison.
Just the poison. Not like a specific poison name or even a made up name, just the poison.
I don't know what the poison is called.
Give
Other
it
than
a
poison
name.
potion.
Look, okay, I just have a beef with people not naming things properly.
The characters wouldn't know. That's why they don't have an
Okay.
antidote for it.
But you need to know what the poison is to give an antidote for it.
Okay, the person who just dealt you the antidote knows what it was called. Poison potion, but you know. But anyway, even if that was the case, yes. So she knew that the seller, Arugula, knew. Polly doesn't. She wasn't there in that scene. Only Ebony was. So
Dang.
Ebony might know, but saying the name of the poison changes nothing about this situation.
I know, but look, okay, I like to give things names for lore reasons.
Well, good. It has a name. As an audience member, you know that. That's all that's important here. Yes, poison potion.
Okay,
earlier.
give it a technical name. What? It's not a real name. By that I mean give it a actual name that isn't just what it is. Who names something what it is?
Honestly, I think a lot of the time people start off like with like the first thing will name the thing what it is, then it will like vary up a little bit more afterwards.
What about like Rose's Thorn or what would be like Rose's Thorn?
All poisons are in the potion. Did you run this by? Because I'm not sure you signed off on that one. All poisons are in the potion.
All poisons? Is it not? Then that's not magical.
All these poisons make a potion.
Oh my god! That's not even magical at that point.
Well, they can be fused together with other ingredients and by magic. That's how potions are made.
And also, what is all poisons? Do you know how many poisons exist? A lot. A lot of poisons exist.
Arugula sure would. And who's to say she didn't collect all of them? She owns a poison shop.
How do you collect all the poisons?
By having a lot of time and resources and a business that supports you doing that exact thing. And possibly magic as well, considering the setting that we're in. Anyway, Also, you didn't have any warning until it was in the episode. Did you know you were in the episode? Because I mean, you're right there in the corner. That's you in the corner. Okay, so I guess you can just. I guess you. Okay, so here's one thing I did say before that, for the sake of like obviously saving your sister, forego the practice of like having to test the antidote first or something. But what I do have to draw the line at is the idea of any medical practitioner forcing a liquid down a coma patient's throat, which we were joking about earlier before you showed up to the stream.
Okay.
And all that angle as well. That's not going into her mouth. It's going into her hair. Her hair is drinking it.
Okay, here's personally what I would have did in this situation, which actually would, in my opinion, mitigate the idea of them testing the poison. Is if maybe she started to flatline or something, or maybe her body started compulsing her. It's like, and then she started to flatline and the poison actively started to eat away at her, and like she was. And if she didn't get an antidote within maybe a 10 to 20 seconds, she would die. So that way, instead of testing the antidote or like thinking about it or talking about it much, they're like, okay, we got to get this in her now, just because that's all they have.
So you're saying that you would forego the whole thing you mentioned before about like risk of losing your job or something if the situation was urgent enough?
Yeah, if it was urgent enough, but this situation doesn't feel urgent enough. It feels
okay. Well, I can clarify because you weren't here at the start. Yes, she has been dying this entire time. The only antidote that seemed to work on her, the best one they had up until now, only kept her vitals ready, and they were so the threat of being lost this entire time. She's not fine because there's no heart monitor, so they can't really represent that, but everything else tracks out from what you were saying.
Technically, you can if you were just to get clip art of one and just put it in the corner.
Yes, I'm saying with Johnny's resources. Obviously, I mean, for crying out loud, if I went to like how I would edit this scene personally,
no, but
the analysis machine behind you, I would edit it so that there's like lines masking out, zooming in, and lift up the liquid so it actually like goes into the machine and then filters itself with the rest of with Gru's blood and therefore actually purifies it, removing the toxin, which is how dialysis, I'm pretty sure, is how that works. Well, but again, we're talking about Johnny's resources here, so I would just have gone with, I don't know, something else where it just sort of implies like how you would administer this other than, or if she like maybe wakes
drinking
up for
it doesn't really make sense. I don't think that's how you administer anti-venom. You don't make people drink it. And you normally do it through like IV or something.
Yeah, I would say maybe if they try to revive her once again here, maybe if they apply a defibrillator, obviously any Dr. Mike fans might be watching, do chest compressions first.
I know.
But naturally, like, okay, but then if that works, then say, okay, quick, drink this fast so you can actually like get that down. Otherwise, she has no muscle control to swallow that. She's gonna like mount it in the mouth for a bit and like,
oh god.
Yeah, no.
But like again, you don't. But here's the thing: you don't even need to have like a little thing keeping her
injection,
heart
a syringe.
Yes, I mean that too would work. But I mean, you don't even need to have like a thing on screen to like represent the beeping. You know, when like if she starts to die and they need to administer antidote quickly, all he has to be is a freaking sound effect. That's all. That's all I'm saying. All you have to do doing the sound effect and imply that there's a thing there, or maybe one of the things near the bench is beeping.
Maybe if you can add some cables so that she's actually like hooked up to something that is off screen, because otherwise it's kind of like, what is it plugged into?
Yeah, it's like beep 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 beep. I don't know, because like I guess for me in situations like this, I think it's really cool if you add a bit of tension where it's like, ooh, life or death situation.
This is a life or death situation.
I know, but like but the way the music is playing up and the way the dialogue is, it feels a lot more chill than it should be, if that makes any sense. I'm just saying, play up the drama aspect. If you're gonna have a character be poisoned, play up the drama. If you're gonna have a character be mind controlled, play up their actions. Play up what the mind control them is doing.
Okay,
you gotta play everything up.
They have done that. You just weren't here to see that part. I can say someone watched this whole thing. They have done that before now. Your concerns have been addressed. Okay. Okay. Also, not sure if I'm just making up lines or cheering up characters when I talk with Johnny. I mean, this episode is called Double Sadness.
Oh my god!
And I was concerned when we started this that we were going to get that the main drama was going to be around
no.
Kim being cheered up for like having put
Jacob
in her ideas.
Jacob, I just realized something. Johnny's channel's in danger now. You know why? Sadness. It contains sadness. Oh no!
You made a joke.
No.
Again, to continue my explanation, I was worried that was what we're going to do, but actually, fortunately, that was contained to one single scene, and the rest of the stakes have been involved around what I said should have been the main focus in the first place. So again, my concerns have also been addressed. Oh God.
You're coughing.
It's happening again. I have to project over
dying. You. Oh my god. Do you need to take a break from streaming for like a week? Jesus.
I did. That's legitimately what happened.
Do you need to take a 2-week break? Oh god.
I don't actually know. Projecting over you when you make the same jokes I did is probably not helping.
Listen,
I'm gonna get some water.
I am socially inept. We've been over this.
Be right back.
Okay, stream. Now I'm gonna say the F word. Just kidding. I would never. Nah. I just say that. Oh my god. No, that'd be horrible. So, yeah, just me. Caca and stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, all right. I'm back.
Yes. Oh, I swore a bunch while you were gone. I started saying the F word tons of times.
I'm
kidding. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that.
You didn't even do that on the button from me, actually.
Yeah. I don't know. Stop dying, Jacob. Stop it. I will hit you with the feel better stick. I hit Ghosty with it, and I'll hit you with it a bunch.
Speaking of Ghosty, I see that in my absence you invited someone.
Yeah, I sent her the invite because she has to be let in.
That, and I had some things to say, actually.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
Caca.
Never mind the IV drip in the background that's presumably doing nothing. I was actually going to come in here to say all potions contain all poisons. What?
Again, that's not from the official creator. That was just Eli trying to help Johnny out a bit.
Yeah, I don't think it helped though, unfortunately.
I gotta say, no, it did not. From someone who has actually dabbled in herbalism before. That's not how any of this works.
That's really cool.
Does herbalism include potions? I would not have thought so.
Like, herbalism is kind of potions, but for the real world, maybe.
Oh, nice.
Like non-magical. Usually, you could consider mushrooms that aren't chosen correctly a poison, but typically you'd have some herbalism knowledge to be able to make what you're trying to make without killing everyone involved.
Yeah, don't throw concentrated crushed up apple seeds in there. You give everyone cyanide.
Like, for instance, as I put in the comments, oh yes, I do like to drink arsenic to heal myself. That's not how this works. Normally, you might find some herbs that will actually benefit the body to put into your herbalist
and certain herbs don't mix well because once certain herbs get in with each other, it becomes extremely poisonous.
Yes, so I guess it's right to a certain degree if it's not made correctly.
I guess that does apply to a lot of things, to be fair.
But I did like the whole thing of all potions contain poison. Incorrect. Where did you get that fact? Because
No,
I
no,
want
it
to
wasn't.
double check it.
It wasn't all potions contain poison. It was that apparently the
the
reason it was called a
potion
poison
gotcha.
potion, it was because that particular potion contained every poison that exists.
Okay, that is also factually incorrect.
Well, for this universe, maybe
How
Arugula went out and collected every single poison for her shop.
Do
and put
you
it
know
into
how
one
many
particular
poisons
potion.
existed? How many poisons exist? Not to mention, I'm pretty sure there are some extinct poisons, like that may have came from extinct plants or extinct animals.
Then those wouldn't be included because they would no longer be in every poison. It's every
No,
available
but like
poison.
that means the potion always changes depending on the amount of the different kind of poisons that exist. So you probably
Exactly.
change
It
the
evolves with the
ingredients to
times.
bind.
Okay, let me bring up a list of poisons and let me see how many
I mean,
things
this
we're
isn't a ship
dealing
of
with.
Theseus situation, Aiden. It will still count as the same as an updated recipe. It will count as if you name it the same thing.
Okay, I brought up a list of poisons. Let me count how many poisons. One,
Okay.
2, 3, 4.
Well, while Ghosty does that, I'll read in the chat. Good evening, fellow butterbuds. I'm so late. Work therapist appointment held me back. How are we doing tonight? Is this review fun, brain melting, or pops? Yes to all of those. Yes, pops is his own category, obviously. On this channel, it practically does. I've covered this.
Ooh. Did you know that sidewalk chalk is poisonous when ingested?
Oh dang!
No.
Oh, did you know venom?
I'm not surprised.
Did you know venom actually can be ingested? Poison can't be ingested. It can't be ingested because that will kill you. But venom can be ingested. The only time I'm pretty sure venom is dangerous is if it gets injected in you. Normally by an animal.
Aiden, did you know you can actually become immune to poison by microdosing yourself with the plants that most
wait,
poisons
didn't
are made
someone
with?
try ending their own life? Or well, someone tried drinking little bits of poison each time, but then when I think it was like some sort of king
Byzantine Emperor.
Just
yeah.
when a bunch of people came to kill him, he's like, "Oh, aha! I will end myself," and tried drinking poison. But then it's like, "Oh wait, I'm immune. Oops."
I think Bond needs some context for that statement.
Yes, it's on a list of poisons on a website that Ghosty just went into.
By the way, there are 15 types of essential poison.
Essential poison?
Yes.
What are they classifying as?
There are 25 base poisons that are normally microdosed in everyday objects that are non-food based, but people eat them anyway.
Like sidewalk chalk, apparently.
Sidewalk chalk.
Someone had to figure that out.
Imagine that being your legacy, being like, "Oh yeah, the reason people know sidewalk chalk is bad for you is because I ate it once and I died."
Poison.
my strange addiction.
But,
Hi, my name is Bob. I'm 52 years old, and I'm addicted to eating sidewalk chalk.
Anyway,
then the narration: Bob died 1 week after this program was filmed.
Back onto the pops thing. You guys were giving editing suggestions, and I'd like to say I think that's a bit out of the wheelhouse for the person who's making
this.
I know. I was making a say, yeah, we're not going to go. That's what I do with Gacha reviews. I tend to try and offer suggestions that are within the wheelhouse of the person watching the video. If I've watched their content before, I sort of know. If I'm just judging in the moment, that's also a call that I try and make in the moment. The reason I mentioned the whole masking thing before is because Aiden was mentioning stuff that was obviously our far-fetched. Okay, fine, we're talking about how we would do this. Sure, I would mask everything there, turn to ice machine, filter the blood. Yeah, clearly not an actual recommendation for Jonny at the present moment.
Yeah, if I was Jonny, I'd put the thing in the corner and have it beep. That's just about it.
Yes, that's what I would do.
Just to add some sort of ambient sound to this usually quiet series. But I can see how that wouldn't be a possibility.
Yeah, depending on if KineMaster, again, the way that it works with the two layers of audio, because again, some people say it has that, some people say it doesn't. I honestly need to do the series I suggested before, where I just test out all these editing softwares and see what they're actually like.
And then there's one like, we talking about mandatory poisons? Have you taken your essential dose of poison today?
I love that Cyber just comes in right now. It's like, yeah, but this is clearly what I signed up for. Have you taken your poison today? Remus, have you taken your poison today? This heart is where it belongs, Remus. This heart.
Well, clearly the pops need to start microdosing on poison.
No, wait. I know what you do. You go microdose on the poison potion. That
No,
apparently it's potentially all poisons. Therefore, if you microdose on it, you're immune to all poisons.
They technically could, but after this experience, they might want to give that a breather for like a few weeks after this problem's resolved. But then after that was, yeah, why not? Honestly.
Oh, that's like a monster compendium. It's like, hey, like, yo, werewolf, you're allergic to wolfbane, right? Here, drink this.
just a pinch of wolfbane, being like, he drinks and it's like, what was that? It's like, oh, just a pinch of wolfbane.
It's just a microdose of wolfbane.
Have it, Ghostia, have you seen Starter Squad?
I don't know, I haven't.
Oh, okay, fine. Because I was gonna say, because in the moment there's a whole episode where Bulbasaur gets poisoned, so they have to they go on this whole side quest to cure him. Then it turns out they forgot that he's half poison type, and so it's like, whoa, does anyone have that snake venom?
But anyway, can we return to the pops and stop talking about poison? Aside from this one potion having all poisons.
They could make videos like these as audiobooks, ignoring the fact that they require the visual component that we're reacting to in the first place. I believe that's called a podcast.
Yeah. Also, how did they get her to drink that? Did she go up to her mouth and
We just went over that, Aiden. We just went over how that wouldn't work. I had a whole statement about before now.
Yeah.
Also,
just saying, why? Okay, so as soon as she gets the antidote, she sits up like, oh, what happened? Like, girl, you're just poisoned and dying, and now you're like, oh, I'm fine now. I'm alright. It's like, okay, but shouldn't you be a lot more groggy, or shouldn't it take a minute or two for the anti-venom? Because okay, so even if you're drinking that, it's gonna take a while to get into your bloodstream and counteract the poison that's already in your bloodstream. To neutralize it. It's gonna take a minute. It's not gonna be a second being like, okay, I'm fine now. What? Okay.
Magic.
You need to give an anti-venom a little bit of time for it to cycle through your system. It might be magic, but it's even things that are magic.
Still technically anti-venom. Still we're anti-venom.
Right. Where's Baby Princess? Him? Oh, Perry the Platypus, not Parry, but Perry the Platypus is outside right now. She's waiting. She actually was here in a previous scene. Also, in my usual videos, that'd be a terrible investment. People, they're just paying to hear the thing that they can see and listen to at the same time for free on YouTube. No one was gonna want that. I do have YouTube membership, so I have made a few member exclusive videos, but that's as far as I've dabbled in that area. And then again, most of those are actually teaser scenes that are there for upcoming projects. I think more members-only videos, but again, I have one member on the channel, so that's also not much of an investment for me at this point.
Well, I mean, you gotta make Emily feel special, okay?
Emily does feel special already, actually, with the scenes that are already there.
Oh wait, did you put up did you put up at least the work in progress of the Christmas special for the first scene? You could do that, the one I sent before editing comes in. If you
Emily is special. Well, also, little fox puppeteer in chat. Excuse me, which of these potions have poison in them? Yes.
I agree. Fox Puppeteer does pull the best quotes. That should be your next compilation, Bon. Fox Puppeteer quotes from the chat. Anyways.
And she immediately jumped out to hug her. Okay.
Actually, you know what, Fox Puppeteer? Since you're here, I can make this reference. This is kind of reminds me of the Boo saga when Gohan just shows up when Vidal's in the hospital with a sensu bean, just feeds that to her. Just like, whoa, I can sit up, and everyone's like, what happened here?
Oh god.
Also, wait, isn't she in pop form? Aren't you breaking her secret identity by screaming her name out?
Again, no witnesses.
Except for this
Cameras, and also, there are other hospital rooms. If I scream in a hospital room, someone's gonna hear that and come in.
Guess it does depend on if the cameras actually have sound on them.
Like, this is a hospital, so I mostly assume that they would.
Like, oh my god, OMG, Jazz, you had us all so worried. My team didn't think you would didn't think you would survive. I can't read.
It's fine. Speaking of reading, I'm reading what's going on in the chat right now. Is your last name Bond too, like the French for Swedish? Just Bond. I love like Cyber doesn't know that Bond speaks fluent French. This is going to be interesting.
Vaughn often screams French in the chat at us, and I don't know what they're saying.
Yeah.
I'm just sitting
the
there like,
Canadian
yes, this is a thing that's happening. I failed French class in high school.
Yeah, Emily and I didn't, and that is why we're normally the ones who are tasked with trying to use our rudimentary knowledge to actually help out the rest of people. Doesn't always work. And yes, Majesty is known for memory wiping. I guess, yeah, if Majesty does show up here, then that's it. She could just create like a whole amnesia bubble. It's like Tertius Hazelwick. It's a whole amnesia drive. Anyway, I can imagine a patient in the hospital room hearing them. Yeah, I guess it does depend on like how loud she actually is being, but yeah, she does seem to be euphoric right now, so I wouldn't be surprised. Let's send a clip of me screaming in French, not animated. Considering that you swear when you scream in French, probably not for right now. Another time.
You know, unless you want my swear bar graphic, I can always send that to you.
You can always just use like the translate this page feature and see if it goes into French. Anyway.
So that's where I go.
Holly? What's going on? Last thing I remember was having a tummy ache yesterday. And also fighting villains in the middle of a massive battle. But yeah, tummy ache. Let's focus on that part.
Also, why is that great girl just standing there?
She's just kind of sitting there.
Oh, she brought the antidote. She's kind of done her thing, but also doesn't want to leave.
I mean, I would have either had her say something or maybe have her smirk and leave the room as soon as she gets up and hugs her sister to give them a moment.
Oh yeah, like have some reaction. I'd have a reaction here because
I mean,
not like a verbal
possible.
One,
I would have angles, but it's not really possible with the text bubbles. So I kind of get that, but like it's just kind of awkward because she's just sitting on like the left side of the screen.
Actually, we don't need a text bubble for her. She could just you know smile, satisfied the sisters having them.
Oh no, I was referring to that's why they can't really do angles because the whole text bubble thing.
No, I'm referring to the girl in the corner who is gray and kind of mildly resembles a stone statue. I need one of those canes with I need one of those stage canes to pull her off screen.
Exactly.
Like you did when you edited that one Running With You episode. I'm pretty sure you did that at one point.
Yeah, I did.
Mm-hmm.
You also had a disembodied hand just place things on screen for me.
That's one of my favorite videos to actually rewatch. Because like my favorite part is like what is your edit when A's going on like a whole rant because you fast forwarded it the whole time and then
and then do you want to know what it's about?
You see Ghosty just go like,
what is it?
So yeah, go on.
You know,
incest.
Oh, okay, yeah, that I can see why you took that out.
Oh God.
I
forgot I talked about.
Oh no, there's it's a family thing incest rant.
Oh, okay. That was
The
probably
running
it.
with you the running with you rant. I don't
What?
remember what that one is about. Probably
Wait,
for
what
a
did
good
I rant
reason.
about when I running with you? What
I don't
did
know,
I
but
rant
the
about?
running with you one, the text that appears on screen is Ghosty saying, "I drink, forget, but I always remember."
I'm
And I always remember that
confused.
line.
I mean,
By the way,
fair.
while I was editing that video, I had like a 12-ounce bottle of Fago sitting right beside me.
Which is why that made it into the video as well. I saw the giant bottle as well that you drank at one point.
Yep. I was like, hey, I'm doing this in real life. I'm gonna do this in the video too. I drink to forget, but I always remember.
Yeah.
Speaking of, I need to go rewatch that video and see if I can decipher what the rant was about because I no longer have that file.
Dang.
Fair enough. Actually, yeah, I mean, I made some edits on top of your ones at some points to clarify certain points. So yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, mostly because some of the stuff you can do is some of the stuff I can't do. Despite Kamal Wondershare saying that it's the best editing software, it does have some limitations.
Yeah, as do all editing softwares. Quite honestly, I think that's why I like the videos because it was a team effort and it made it like so much better as a result.
Drink to forget, but I always.
I think if I ever actually did take on another editor full time, I probably would do that system where I just like I watch the video back and make a few other final other things as well, just in case, just if stuff happens. Yesterday? Yeah, why? Says you've been unresponsive for 3 days. Okay, she didn't know that. Also, that poison was not as urgent as I thought it was if she was there for that long.
Oh, what was that?
We cut away from last episode. After she's like after she's been where both her parents are there. Kim is there horrified because she couldn't save her. Fade to black. Open up the next episode. She's in the hospital. No implication as to how long she's been there. So naturally, your brain thinks, okay, she's just been taken there because we're going over like the preliminary details of like her condition. This is the first time it's been updated. They don't normally take 3 days to do that. That's in an urgency situation, because it's urgent. So again, I think my assumption was sound. 3 days? Please tell me Mum and Dad aren't mad at Kim.
Oh my
Okay,
god.
for her to be concerned about that makes more sense than everyone else because from her perspective, she's fine now. The situation has passed. Now it's okay to mention that. That's where I would have put this point about them possibly being mad at Kim, even though they'd be mad at the villain to poison her in the first place. But whatever. They aren't. It's okay. I didn't mean to make everyone worry about me, though.
Well, you're poisoned. It's not like you chose to be poisoned. Jeez.
Yeah, still, I understand why she's feeling guilty here.
Why is the statue pop such a statue? I
Because
don't know.
Jonny doesn't do reaction shots a lot. Like the whole like acting as reacting thing. That's not really Johnny's style.
Yeah, there's no reaction here. Someone just needs a stage cane. Just get a stage cane. Pull her off screen. Because I think she's literally going through the process of rigor mortis as she's standing there.
If I was
she's
actually
going to become a statue at this rate.
If I was actually editing this video, what I would do is I would have just like taken her off like a stage cane like a while ago and just like found this background and spliced it so she was missing the rest of the shot. But oh well. These videos are automatically set to become uploads once the stream is over, so can't really do that.
Something I would have done in post, I'm not sure if that's possible, is that I would have zoomed in on the bed and the sisters to just kind of cut the statue out of the screen.
Yeah, this is where Aiden's thing about text bubbles
she served her purpose. She doesn't need to be here anymore.
Yeah, this is where Aiden's text bubble thing from before comes in, because then you run that risk. But I guess in theory, if you if you imagine like how long, like how big a text bubble is going to be, so you don't pass a certain threshold, then you can remember that and put it into a zoom in and just have it be towards the left rather than the center.
I was about to say,
Also,
you don't
just
even
saying
need to tell me that
one
much.
thing I do have problems with the Pop series is some of the characters posing, and therefore the lack of it. Because like pretty much both characters are just standing still with the hands to their side, and
All three
both
of them are in pose 1 right now.
yeah. And it's one of those things where, from a posing perspective, like when I do my stuff or something, like pretty much each line or multiple times during a line, I'll change the pose to at least somewhat change the dynamics.
The shot, please. Please.
Yeah,
I need to escape the shot.
yeah, I'm used to people saying "let me in," not "let me out," but there you go. Yes,
Let me out. Let me out.
that's the pop pose, and it's a classic. Unfortunately, unfortunate but true. Anyway, how about we go for some ice cream? That can cheer you up. Doctor's orders. Wink. I don't know.
That would actually be a pretty funny line.
Yeah.
Although I think she's a nurse. I don't know. Is she
She's a nurse, yeah.
Is she a full-on doctor or nurse?
Well, based on the fact that apparently she was just studying, and also that most of the time it's the nurses that wear like the red cross at the top, I'm pretty sure. Then yeah, pretty sure she's a nurse.
Actually,
Okay.
no. Those. Like,
Oh wait, no, she's called nurse before by Ebony.
Yeah,
Oh.
she was called a nurse by Ebony. Also, kind of medical history fact here, but those kinds of hats have been phased out for a while now. I could
Yeah.
have just told you she was a nurse by the blue scrubs and red shoes she's wearing.
Are the red shoes also a part of it?
Also,
No,
by the way, you can
wearing
you can register that the shoes are red. I'm impressed. I thought you couldn't see red.
I can't see red, but I can tell the difference between brown and red. It's just a slight difference, but I can still tell.
That's pretty cool.
Brown and slightly different brown. My eyes are baby blue. My eyes are a different shade of baby blue. I guess something like that.
My eyes are red. My eyes are a different shade of red. I look at these two individuals. Why are their eyes brown?
Isn't Polly still on shift? Yes, I'm pretty sure. This is not. I don't.
Yeah, she's just gonna leave her shift to go get ice cream with her sister. Which,
once again, Polly is terrible at her job.
To be fair, if my family was in the hospital, and even if I worked there, I probably would ask off if I wasn't the doctor attending to her, because I would probably be like, "Hey, this is a family emergency. My sister is potentially dying.
Okay, you would ask about it, but she would already be assigned to other people for treatment, and therefore would be getting the medical attention that she needs. Asking for updates is one thing. Visitors do that all the time.
I wouldn't leave my family side if they were in the hospital. Be like, "Oh no, don't leave." Yes.
Okay. Meanwhile, someone else is in need of other medical attention.
Well, you know what? Unless your family's being injured constantly, which would be actually concerning.
I mean, they are superheroes, a lot of them.
Guess.
So again, I love how like the argument has now changed from, wow, she should not be allowed to do this in the first place. How dare she break protocol by aiding a patient who's emotionally attached to? And then now it's like, yeah, I would not leave my family at all. Forget everyone else. I am curing my sister.
Okay, listen, I'm just saying protocol. Look, I'm bringing up actual protocol that would happen in this situation.
I mean, you were earlier, not now.
Yes, okay. Anyways, caca.
I wonder what would happen if the antidote ended up being a poison. That's a good point. You trusted arugula without, like, who is, again, true neutral, leaning towards neutral evil. So that very much could have happened.
Dang. And that's how she dies. Oh my
god. No, it was actually a placebo.
The
water with food coloring.
No, the placebo was to give her pop body the confidence to overpower the poison. That's why.
That is what placebos do. However, I don't think placebos work on coma patients for obvious reasons.
No, but like that potion talked to the pop essence when she's like, okay, I'm gonna give you a potion that will get out the poison, and that caused the pop essence to be like, okay, time to expel the poison. And then bam.
Okay. All right then.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Also, Ebony is literally the blackest black there is. Why is she grey? It's like turquoise pop being indigo. I think a question. I'm pretty sure she is the. I was gonna say she's blackest black because that would be outline black, and that's a no-no in Gacha. But in Jazz Pops, I'm pretty sure she was. That she did wear and have black hair.
Oh look, it's Ebony Darkness Dementia.
Yes, Every Darkness Dementia Raven, of course, our favorite of vampires and Hogwarts students.
Exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, that is why Ebony was called Ebony. Let me get the ice cream with Jess. I've been standing there awkwardly for long enough. That's a good point. Yeah. If anything, yeah, she was just like.
You're just standing there with a straight face, like.
Yeah. It's like, what do I do in this situation?
What do I do? They're just talking.
We're gonna be standing there. The doctors are back by this point. I rush towards her to see like what kind of like weird.
I am back, and my food is here.
Doctors run into the room, and they're like, "Oh my god, is she okay?" And just bump into Ebony and be like, "Oh, I bumped into a statue," and then she's like, "I'm a person." Like, oh, I thought you were a statue.
Actually, oh my goodness, what is happening, Ghosty? What is that sound?
My food is here. It is the bag I am taking the food out of, so I might ingest it.
Okay. So yeah, Aiden, actually that happened to that happened in a play that I was in at one point. It was a play in a week, and one of the characters had to one of the actors had to play the statue of the Duke of Wellington, who actually does appear, so it does actually move in a dream sequence. Entire first bit, he has to be completely still, and towards the end, my nan, who saw the play, actually said, "I thought that he was a stookie," which means statue in Scottish, I guess. I don't know.
Wait, so, your nan knew Scottish?
She was Scottish.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I don't know why you brought that up, but yeah, originally Glaswegian, hadn't been back for like 70 years. Jacob watched an entire video from start to pause. Ebony will still be standing there. That's the secret. I never don't pause, even when I say I'm not going to. I accidentally hit pause once, I think. I had to do a try to pause challenge at some point.
You would have try not to pause.
Pluto will re-become a planet. Yeah. Yeah, renowned scientist Jerry Smith will finally get his wish.
No, actually, Pluto is a planet again. It's just known as a microplanet now.
I thought it was. Oh, okay. Oh, so they've upgraded from dwarf planet to microplanet. Why is dwarf lower than micro?
I don't know.
Who decided that one? It wasn't Tolkien, that's for sure.
I'm not a scientist.
Okay. And yes, it is a no-no in Gacha. That's one of the first things I ever learned about designing Gacha characters. You don't use outline black for anything. Apart from outlines, obviously. Which even I don't do that. Actually, no, I do sometimes. Anyway. Because he lost the ability to find the mute button. Version of design, which should still be the one used here, has more black. Plus, black apples were usually associated with villains or even villains, like Siphony, for example. Yeah, who also was the same color scheme. Yeah, she was also borderline outline black, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, you could just do black instead of outline black. God.
Yeah, considering the source material, of course, the villains wear mostly black. I mean, that's a thing in everything, but especially in Super Pops. I mean, I don't have to bring up the image again. I won't do it this time, but we all know.
Oh my god. Why do they have to have shiny fabric? All their fabric is so shiny. Why?
Oh no.
Why can't you just do why can't you have like the non-shiny fabric be like the main fabric and then use shiny fabric as highlights on certain parts of the costume, maybe as like accents or something. That way at least it looks a bit better and you could
all valid questions. It's surprising Jess is still willing to have ice cream. It's like one poisoning her last episode. Oh yeah, I forgot that's how she got poisoned. She ate an ice cream. Like an idiot.
The trauma of eating ice cream now. Every time she looks at ice cream, she's like, "Am I gonna die of poison?"
Like you say, like.
I imagine the same thing as Snow White would end up being like a situation like, this is delicious. I baked you a pie. Oh boy, what flavor? Apple pie.
Someone just comes over and be like, "Here, take some juice," and she's like, "Ooh," takes a sip. How do you like the apple juice? It's freshly squeezed. Ah! And then just throws the cup down like, "Ow! No!"
Just like she's a guest at school, like telling her story, and then they sit the kids down. They say, "All right, everyone, crisscross applesauce." So throws the book at the teacher and leaves in rage.
Like meanwhile, clearly the Pops by Totally TV went to the Disney school of villain color palettes.
That would just be black with green aura. Yeah. But yeah, I forgot what I was going to say now. Oh, well. Oh, right, yes. I might have forgotten that it was the ice cream that got her in the situation. But also she forgot too. Because all she remembers was having a tummy ache. Not how she got the tummy ache, where she was when she got it, or what she was doing. So apparently that's all been erased. I don't think Majesty is responsible for that one. I hope not.
Maybe the point. I mean, to be fair, like when someone, this mostly happens when you get like a head injury and you get hit in the head very hard. You may lose like a few minutes worth of memory leading up to that moment. So I don't know. Maybe the poison potion, when it was still eating away at her, like ate some brain cells, which impacted her memory, or at least maybe like a minute or two before she actually hit the floor, or maybe she hit her head when she fell on the floor, and it hit her and affected her memory a bit, and like erased like a minute or two, and like gave her a minor concussion.
I do remember that one of my exes actually at one point got knocked out by I think it was just a football, and then immediately she remembers like being hit and then waking up in the hospital bed and nothing else during that time. So yeah, head injury, lose a while, but also like remember the exact trauma that was inflicted upon you.
I mean, the thing, like for example,
also she was sharing a role in a school play with another girl from the school, and at one point, sometime years later, when I casually brought up to the other girl actually said, "Oh yeah, I wish that she was out for a bit longer,
Dang.
so I got to play the character." She wasn't serious. She wasn't actually serious. It was just like, oh my goodness, wow.
But I mean, like for example, my brother also lost like I think like 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes worth of memory. Basically, we're at the playground. He was climbing on top of the monkey bars, so he's standing on top of them, slipped through one of the holes, hit his chin, and then stood up. And then like one of the things he immediately did is ran up to me and like hugged me and like rubbed his chin on my shirt and got blood on it because I don't know what he was thinking. And then him and my dad went there, and then it turns out he lost some memory over what happened. He's like, "Oh, I don't remember running up to you and hugging you and rubbing my chin on you." It's like, oh, okay.
Like
I mean, I guess you did hit your head up really hard, to be fair. Your chin literally hit the metal bar, and then you fell on the floor. Like, oh, that must not have been.
I remember when I was at school, we were doing dodgeball, and I got beamed straight in the face.
Dang.
It was a dodgeball, not from a normal student, but from one of the top football players.
Oh, ugh, that doesn't sound fun.
I got hit pretty hard, and he was surprised when I sat straight up, looked him dead in the face, and said, "Wow, you have a mean arm on you."
Which kind of implies that he meant to go to hurt someone that happened to be you in that moment.
I don't think he meant to. I think it was the fact that he had a lot of strength and he didn't realize his own strength when he threw the ball.
It was the heat of the moment, classic testosterone. Yeah,
like I don't remember any of that.
I
remember being hit and then waking up in the nurse's office.
Oh wow!
I tell you what,
Dang.
one of my one of my friends actually was playing dodgeball competitively at one point, and
Give me a moment.
okay, I was gonna say well, I'll tell a story when she's back.
Yes.
For now, let's carry on.
Oh, wait. You didn't know who she was? And she came up to you be like, here's the antidote. Oh my.
She's clearly a pop. She knows what the pops are. She knows that they exist. Her sister is one of them.
So there was it in one pop series? There was a series about a traitor pop, and also in this world, don't villains have the ability? Don't some villains be able to shapeshift, or maybe what if someone faked being a pop? It's not like she came in with a great feat of strength, flying, blasting energy in the sky, flew down and be like, "I'm a pop. Take this cure. It works."
While I
Trust
fixed the
me."
hospital wall that I just knocked
Yeah.
down in my display of power that was completely unnecessary.
But the point being, you don't know her, and you're like, here's the antidote. Like, I wouldn't trust a stranger. I would get very concerned if someone came up to me and be like, here's the antidote. I was like, do I know you? How do I know this isn't gonna kill her? Oh my god. I thought you at least knew a vague idea who she was.
Why would she need to administer something else to kill her? If anything, she's already like he's already dying.
So wait, let me get this straight. If a random stranger that potentially is connected to your sister came to the room, said, "Here's the antidote," and you, like, say your like brother was dying because of some sort of poison, you would just casually, nonchalantly just give them the antidote. Give your brother the antidote.
I'm not sure.
Without questioning.
I'm not sure. On the other hand, did say that you would do anything in this situation. And
that's in the case of life or death. If I don't do something this very second, he will die. There was no implication that life or death if you don't do things immediately.
Oh, okay. So we'll just keep her in a coma. She's been in already for 3 days, when any second could be her last.
Yeah,
that doesn't count as life or death immediacy.
I just feel like she should
in the
know
urgency ward of a hospital.
Yes. Well, here's the thing. I feel like all I'm saying is she should know the person she's getting the antidote from. She should at least know of them, being like, "Hi, I'm her friend Ebony."
Oh yeah, Ebony should have introduced herself. Yes, that is true.
Ebony,
at least.
And then she's like, "Oh, I've heard of you." Bam! It's already been established. I mean, yeah, she could be lying about her. She could be lying about being Ebony, but at least you have a pre-established potential explanation of who she is, and it's not just random stranger who may or may not be connected to your sister comes and be like, "Here's antidote." You don't know, and that's not smart. You don't know what that will do. That could make her explode for all you know. And by that I mean she would explode everything around her. Do you? You don't.
Honestly, it would be completely unnecessary again from a villain perspective to do that and just be like, "Well, she's already dying. Let's make her die more."
Okay, but what if the potion cures her but makes her evil? What if the potion maybe? What if the potion made her lose her pop powers? You don't you didn't. But like from a random stranger, you don't know what that potion is gonna do.
Either one of those scenarios is better than dying.
Not really. If they become evil and become a completely different person or get amnesia permanently,
then you have more time to try and find a different solution, and it no longer becomes an emergency to you, and you're able to think things through a bit more than having to like rely on desperate attempts.
All I'm saying is,
unless it's a Vegeta situation, and then we have bigger problems.
Look, I'm just saying. But here's the thing: she didn't know this who Ebony was. She didn't even know her name. She just, I don't know who you are. Do you think it was smart just trusting her without a question, Ghosty?
I thought this was smart the entire time. I'm surprised that you go back and forth so much about this.
I don't. No, I mean, it just, you should know who you should know if you're gonna put something as valuable as your sister's life in someone's hand. You should know who you're getting it from. You should at least know the baseline about them. You shouldn't just blindly trust someone. That's horrible and not smart and dangerous.
Mike, I can't help but to agree with Aiden a little bit on that front.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. I thought you sound like you were going to continue a sentence. Never mind. All right. I got beamed in the face by a dodgeball by the gym teacher. If that's worse than football player or not, depends how strong the gym teacher was.
I mean, to be fair, most of the time dodgeballs aren't that strong. Now, footballs and basketballs, yes, if you get hit in the face, that's going to hurt a lot. But dodgeballs
Silly
won't normally.
crazy Misty. Dodgeballs don't hurt people. People hurt people
Oh my!
with dodgeballs.
People hurt people with
Yeah.
dodgeballs.
I mean, in the case of Ghosty, the main reason why that did that to her was because a football player who works on a lot on his arm strength.
Yes,
Threw
people
it at
hurt
her.
people with dodgeballs.
Yes. Well, yeah. Listen, okay.
That, and it wasn't like one of those soft plush dodgeballs.
Really?
It was one of those good quality rubber ones.
Oh, dang, that's horrible. Because, like,
Hmm.
I guess, well, maybe that's not horrible. Because maybe it's kind of nice having higher quality dodgeballs. Because, like, my school had the cheap stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Higher quality dodgeballs, but imagine that to your face. It
That would
doesn't
hurt.
I was about to say, yes, it is a higher quality dodgeball, but considering the situation, I think it was a flaw instead of a.
Yeah.
It had its drawbacks. And I tell you what, I was going to tell you the story before about my friend who played dodgeball competitively. Again, this was a complete accident on both accounts from her perspective. And I normally I normally don't name people directly, but her name is Zoya, which is important because the next day the teacher came in and nicknamed her Zoya the Man Destroyer because it turned out she had actually hit two other guys on the other dodgeball team from the other school. And you can imagine why she's called the Man Destroyer as a result.
Oh my god! What did she kill them? Nah.
Well, I mean, it might
Actually,
have felt like that in the moment, but I'm pretty sure they were fine.
It just turns out. It turns out that
No, I wasn't there.
It turns out she murdered them, and it's like, oh, oopsie doopsie, accidentally killed
no,
them.
she
Like,
didn't.
no.
She didn't murder them, but I bet she got them straight in the nuts.
Yes, that is exactly what happened.
Wait,
The quote
like,
from the gym teacher was she hit a man where a man don't want to get hit.
I can hear the crunch from here.
Oh god. But just imagine like a cutaway joke with that. It's like, oh yeah. So during dodgeball, Zoya destroyed a few men and just cut to two men in a full body cast in the hospital. And you just hear a thing go beep, 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 and a nurse comes in like, hey guys, I was thinking you could play some dodgeball when you get out. And then the heart monitor stops like beep, 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 beep. And you just die there. It's like, ah.
No, you just cut away. It turns out there's like a bunch of bandages on an empty bed, and like the cartoon like rush of wind that accompanies that. They just like fled the scene entirely, and then next shot is two person-sized holes in the wall as they like run out into traffic. Anyway,
and then you just hear like some cars crashing, like
yeah,
just like no.
She was last on the register as well, so like there was no time to like even digest what had happened. Like, yeah, everyone was going to ask about that. It's like you got to the last person, it's like, oh, this person, yes, sir, yes, person, yes, sir, and the Man Destroyer Sawyer. Oh my god. Okay. I swear she'd know who I am. Maybe I've just talked to Jonny when he's making Polly talk when it wasn't making lines. I will be eternally confused by your scripting process, the pair of you together. Anyway, just go for double. In case the poison, it's every poison ever in one bottle. If that is a double tap, my goodness.
See, no, they need a double tap because they ingested a bunch of the micro bits, small little bits here and there.
Like,
So they became immune to a single dose, so they need 2 doses to die.
I was about to say, there are a lot of different, like, assuming that is all of the poisons in one vial, she would need several different types of anti-poison and not just one.
or just all of them mixed together into a different potion, which I think is what happened. I guess that she combined the anti-poisons into a different type of potion, which then became the antidote for the poison potion in the first place.
In that case, that wouldn't work because certain anti-poisons mixed together become a whole new type of poison.
Yeah. You know what?
Let's not talk
Well,
about
then you have to apply the antidote to that poison that's in the mixture, which then makes the other stuff and makes it neutral again.
New pop series idea, guys. New pop series idea.
Pops?
Potion pops. Close, but
I think poison pops would be more interesting. Because there's a lot of different types of poison.
Cyanide.
Cyanide pop.
Cyanide pop. What else?
No, it's just
mercury pop.
Most poisons have really cutesy nicknames.
Oh yeah, we just Nightlock pop.
That sounds cool.
Hey chat, remember the review? That's the poison for the Hunger Games. I don't know if it's actually real or not. It'd been here for half an hour. We're still talking about poison. Yeah, we went back to this again.
We love poison. Now I want to do poison.
Also, this is a double episode. We need to speed this up.
Yeah, let's stop looping back to the poison.
Yeah, honestly, I might make this as 2 parts because the first one had a title card, so I'm gonna guess the second one does too, but we'll see. Anyway, I'm Ebony from the Jazz Pops, and you're welcome. Outside the ice cream shop. Is everything okay, Jess?
Oh my god, it's Marinette! And Adrian! Why are they here?
They're her parents, Aiden!
Wait, they look nothing like them! Okay.
Oh, what a shame! I'm sorry for you. That can happen, you know.
Me, it looks like Jacob T-poses aggressively.
Yeah, it's not like that's like Matt was like I don't know it's a perfect fusion between her parents, but you know.
If they're related, are they still Ladybug and Cat Noir?
Yes.
Like,
Last episode, they were there when she got poisoned in a battle that they were taking place in as Ladybug and Cat Noir and as Groove Pop.
Also, I got a question though. Why do they still look like teenagers? If they're literal parents, shouldn't they be grown adults? Because those are clearly the teenage designs.
That question has already been asked previously in other reviews, and Jonny did say that was actually a mistake, and they should have changed that.
Yeah, because they should definitely have slightly different designs because they look like teenagers still. Or at least they're.
I went back and forth. Both of them wearing different clothes because I wear the same style of clothes that I did when I was at the same time.
Okay, there's a difference. There's a difference between wearing the same style and the same clothes, and clearly those are meant to be the same clothes. And the fact that their hairstyles are exact same, it's like they haven't, and they're not even much taller. Like the least they gotta do is make them like towering giants over the pops, but they're about the same height.
That depends actually on how much they would have grown in the interim anyway. And also how tall the pops themselves are, which we don't have canon heights for anyone. This isn't game theory. We haven't got those yet. I'm just worried that I made you mad because I didn't know it was a trick. Oh yeah, well, now that you're cured, can we talk about eating ice cream from strangers, please? Also, I thought you were meant to be wanted to eat ice cream now as well to cheer yourself up. You're the only person apart from your mother without a cone.
Also, yes, flower pot. Yes. I love ice cream. So nutritious for my eyes.
Okay, Jonny, editing technique here. All the props in Gacha Club can be rotated and resized. Please do that next time.
And even then, there are poses with them holding their arms down a little.
I think this is the eating pose.
Yeah, that's some eating.
But also,
you could rotate props though in their hand to make it look closer to their mouth.
I think ice cream is one of the only foods that I would probably not have the eating pose for, be the way that it's ingested, considering that you're using your hand to hold the cone and licking it most of the time. Therefore, you're not
I
shoving
mean,
it into your
it kind of
face
looks like
anyway.
they're literally just eating the cone and not the ice cream. Like there's ice cream in their eye and hair now.
It's just gonna fall on their shoulders as well.
Mhm.
Okay. Oh, sweetie. Now that I'm realizing this, would have... I mean, I know the poison wasn't brought on by an Akuma attack, so I'm not sure if this would work or not. But in theory, after the battle was successful, could Ladybug have just done a miraculous Ladybug and cured everything that happened?
She could.
Oh,
my God.
okay. I wasn't
Well-
sure if that was only Akuma related or not, so I just wanted to check.
I mean, if there is a Akuma that they captured, they could easily do a miraculous Ladybug and it will do all damage, including damage not related to Akuma. Like
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because all the debris and stuff gets cured if they cause it. That's a good point. Yeah, I
and
see
like
that
for
would
example,
apply.
Cat Noir once accidentally cataclysmed like this robot girl in one of the Miraculous movie specials, and then but when Marinette did a Miraculous Ladybug, it immediately repaired her or fixed her. So stuff like that. Like they
So
can pretty
Cat
much
Noir commits manslaughter in a movie.
accidentally. It was
That's what manslaughter is, Aiden.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
what it means.
Yeah, okay, like it's one of those things where it's like as soon as the battle starts and the monster is there and they capture the Akuma, they can do a miraculous Ladybug to fix everything, regardless if it was done during the attack or not.
Truly, I'm just thinking of like someone accidentally dying in an Akuma attack, and then actually like breathe the back to life and like, I didn't think I would remember it, but I now know what it is to die. It's like they're traumatized for the rest of the series.
Although I don't think anyone ever died during a Akuma attack, and I don't know if Ladybug could bring them back
of
to
course
life.
not, because kids show. But if it did happen hypothetically, oh god, imagine if that happened to Rose, even like her, that'd be like the straw that broke the camel's back.
Wait. Rose is canonically second miraculous Ladybug, right?
I know, but that doesn't affect the
what if she's
positivity.
in the hospital and she's like slowly dying and then she flatlines, but then Ladybug's like fighting a villain and then beats them, captures her Akuma, miraculous Ladybugs, and then brings Rose back to life, and then she's like, oh, I'm good. Flatlines again and dies all over again.
Aiden, that wouldn't be impacted by that. That's not battle related, so the miraculous Ladybug would not have affected it in that situation.
Oh, yeah. Well, the hospital room could have been destroyed, and maybe like part of her life support went off.
Oh, so like the doctor had like a defibrillator in their hand, and just like suddenly they could just like whizzes past or something. Oh god, no!
Listen.
Or the doctor was Akuma-typed or something. The Akuma's in the defibrillator.
No, wait, in her life support. She's on life support sitting there. It's like, sir, there's an Akuma in the life support. Really? They smash it. Oh, wait, wrong life support. Beep, 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 beep. Oh. I'm sure we'll fix that. They go and break the actual thing. Miraculous Ladybug. And then they go into the room. It's like, yeah, she's still dead. It's like, oh. Dang. Oopsie-doopsie. I didn't mean to do that. Yes?
Could you please send me the clip in the special where Cat Noir commits manslaughter?
Okay, sure.
Like I don't like watch Miraculous Ladybug, but I'm really interested to see that.
I'm just imagining, you know how like they do like the pound it thing at the end of battles. Imagine if Cat Noir activated his cataclysm by accident, and then he forgot
cataclysm, pound it.
That my hand.
And then it's like,
and
at least you have your Miraculous Ladybug, right? It's like, I can't throw it up anymore. Yeah. My hand is gone. It's like, oh, oops.
Curiously, like next day, Marinette comes to school. It's like an agent goes up, to like, hey, can I sign your cast? insert flustered thing here and whatever and blah blah blah. And while she's like doing that, all Adrian can think about is like, huh, that's the same hand that was the. Nah, they sign it. Freeze frame at the end of the episode. Da-da-dun.
That's a rather dark ending, don't you think?
Well, hey, look, she gets her car signed by the boy that she likes. She's happy enough.
She doesn't like him. She's obsessed with him to an almost unhealthy degree.
Well, she gets her hand signed by that boy. That's happy ending for her.
By that boy, she endlessly obsesses over because the writers don't know how to write an actual human woman.
There we go. I mean, there's not an actual human woman protagonist at any rate. The other ones are far less dysfunctional than her.
Like, the other ones are great, but for some reason, Marionette, it depends on the episode. She's either a totally normal girl with a crush, or she's a borderline creep.
Yeah, like I said it before, but when I was in Spain watching the episodes on TV as they came along, I lucked out several times on getting the good episodes consistently, and everyone else telling me like, this, and this happens. Like, I mean, I believe you, but at the same time, how am I getting all the good ones? And why is this? Anyway. This episode, everybody stands in a corner.
Also, by the way, Ghosty, you never respond to my DM that I sent you on the 19th.
On the 19th? Sorry, I've just been
It's
kind
fine.
of out of it. For
It's
a
fine.
while.
I'm just wondering about that. It's fine if you can't.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that this was also brought up in the review. Big reviews. Anyway. I know it's been a rough year for you with your grandfather passed away, so they do know he's dead.
Who's the grandfather?
Well, think about it. There's two options here.
Oh, Gabriel?
Yes.
Dang, he lived a lot longer in this timeline.
Okay, so I'm not gonna unpack that because that's a spoiler. But in this situation,
Why did you just say that out loud?
Whatever. So, but yeah, in this story, in episode 2, I said this before, but episode 2 ends by I think it was Snap Pop who went off to, complete the Jazz Pop Season 2 quest of getting the blues pots back and all that stuff. When she remembered about the cruise and the cruise, and she then immediately remembered that Gabriel was dead. When me said that he actually died 10 years ago on the cruise, and yet now we're saying that he's died within the past year. How? Unless they mean the other grandfather is just like Marinette's dad, whose name after like Mr. Dubin, that's actually the one who's died now, and she's lost both of them. Maybe that's it. Maybe. But I don't think so. Again,
I'm gonna be honest though. Please don't mourn Gabriel's death. Like, people, like, this show tried to make a
grandfather.
No, Gabriel was an abusive jerk who controlled his father's life, harmed him emotionally and physically multiple times, and given the opportunity, knowing his identity, he used that to harm more people. So no,
I understand that, and I did see that episode, so I do know where you're coming from.
Yeah, no.
However, I don't know what kind of grandfather he ended up being like. Maybe he pulled a Derek and was actually just like far better when his son was all grown up.
I don't care if he's a saint.
I'm saying from Jess's perspective.
I get.
It depends on how she perceived him.
Yeah, but if I were Adrian in that case, I would be like, I don't want you near my child. You're not entitled to being around my child.
This is true. I'm not sure how much contact they had. And again, he potentially actually died 10 years ago and not 1 year ago. So who even knows?
Who knows?
I don't know. But also, the implication was that in episode 2, the end saying like, oh, I hope Jess won't be sad when she finds out about this, implying she didn't know it until now. Did she even know a year ago all this? What? How is it? It's been 4 episodes and there's already this major plot hole in here.
Time to find
Imagine Gabriel comes back in the next 2 episodes and they forget about this plot point. They're just like, oh, hey, Gabriel. It's like, oh, I thought you died. And it's like, oh, no, I didn't die. What are you talking about? It's like, okay.
that was I sent my Sentimonster facsimile on a cruise. That's the one who died. That would be a really good way to fake his death.
I made a Senti monster version of me to die.
That would be a great way to fake his death, actually.
I mean, to be fair, Adrian may or may not be a Senti monster. The show plays around with that. I mean, they basically confirm it, but then they don't confirm it. It's weird. So Adrian may or may not be a Senti monster, which also does beg the question: can Senti monsters actually have a child? Because if Adrian is meant to be a Senti monster based off the context of the show, how can he have a child with just a regular human? Because Senti monsters, to my knowledge, can't really reproduce. I bet they're probably like Ken dolls or something. Under all that, maybe he's a special Senti monster that can actually have children, but who knows?
Well,
I mean, again, I guess it'd be whatever the magic that created them dictates in this case. And considering that it dictated that he would age like a normal child into an adult as any other human would in this situation, you've got to assume also that his physiology works more or less the same way as well. Bear in mind, he would have had to have a full
maybe
medical certificate and all that stuff,
well, I think the way Emily did it was when she did it, she made the baby appear in her womb. I guess made the cells that would grow into a baby.
No.
Well, in that case, for all intents and purposes, he is
maybe.
I don't know. Maybe he was created by magic.
Honestly,
if anything, he would count as both in that situation. But if it's the cells that make up a human, then most likely everything works as per normal.
When I say this, it's not actually canonically clear if he's meant to be a Senti monster or not. Like they basically state he's a Senti monster at times, show symbolism with a feather, show there's some weird connection to the rings.
I'm trying to answer your question, Aiden, as to whether or not he could have children by saying that with the cells, as you mentioned just now, his physiology would be the same as a human as he has aged like one as well.
Let's put that in a box for now and get back to the review, please.
Yes.
All right.
I don't want to have an uncomfortable discussion about how babies work with Aiden.
Well, I know babies work. I just don't know how magic babies work. Okay, or maybe
on with the review. I've been sitting here quietly while you guys talk about this because I have no context.
How about we go to Dystopia and visit Kim? Kim is in the hospital currently. She was there outside waiting. Why is she not here now, actually? Where did she go? Where's Amy, for that matter? They should both be here.
They're also not in Dystopia, so that implies that she had the time to run off and go catch a plane back to Dystopia while nobody was looking.
I mean, I guess. The pop. I guess that's true. But the pops can teleport though, so I suppose.
You know who can't teleport though? Marinette.
Quiet.
She can use the horse kwami.
Quiet. Technically, maybe if she actually has it on her at the moment.
I've seen her do it. Or she was asked the Guardian in that situation, but whatever. Maybe you just need some time with one of your best friends. I guess.
Okay. One more time with your mother. One more time with your mother. Have you considered that maybe spending time with your daughter may help her, especially if she's dealing with familial issues about missing her grandfather? No, just pawn her off to one of her friends. Okay.
Also, I'm just going to say as well, in Difficult Survival, Jess and Kim have basically just met, recently. So, if anything, she'd be at the bottom rung of the list of best friends that include the other pops who have also met recently, apart from Amy, who she's obviously grown up with.
If anything, going to see Amy and having her parents in the room might help with the familial issues.
That is true. I mean, because Amy's parents will be there too. She knows Nino and Alia. Why not?
I forgot about that plot point. I forgot Nino and Alia. God.
Also, guys, Flower Pot needs to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I got a question: does Lynn and Ivan also have a child in this timeline?
They have not been mentioned yet, so unclear.
What about Kagami and Felix?
They
Do
have
they
not
also
been
have
mentioned
a
yet, so
child?
unclear.
God,
Imagine you have a fling with your twin. You have a fling with the twin of your now husband when you were younger, and then you marry the identical twin.
yeah.
That's exactly what Angelina Johnson did at the end of Harry Potter.
That's pretty dumb.
As like the where they are now sections on Pottermore, there's actually like it does confirm Angelina Johnson, who went to the Yule Ball and had like a thing with Fred Weasley, eventually married George Weasley, and had Fred Weasley II.
Oh,
What? That's
Kagami,
horrible.
no! My problematic fave has just gotten more problematic in this timeline somehow.
What? That wasn't Kagami. That was Angelina Johnson. What are you talking about?
No, I
No,
meant-
she's referencing
Kagami
Harry
marrying
Potter.
Felix after dating Adrian.
Right. Okay.
Well,
I mean, if they called child Adrian Jr., then that's when you really know. Just send
I
us.
feel like, oh god.
like, it's still problematic, but as long as they don't name the child after the brother, it can be a touch less problematic, I guess.
It is weird though. I mean, honestly, dating your twins, twin brother, dating.
Getting your husband's twin brother.
Yeah, dating your husband's. If you have ever dated your
or your
husband,
ex's twin brother, rather.
your ex's twin brother, that just screams, I'm not over that relationship, so I just wanted to get the second best thing.
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's actually an episode of Friends, I think, where Ross dates somebody who looks like one of his exes. I don't know. Whatever.
That
Can
sounds
Amy?
strange.
Yeah, can Amy, Cassie, and Polly come with? One of my sisters, my actual best friend, and my other best friend.
Wait, aren't you the one teleporting there? Why are you asking for permission?
That's because that's what you do with your parents.
Also,
yeah,
the
but you
ice-
can teleport there if they're supporting you go there to begin with. So what? Okay.
Also, the ice creams they were holding have now disappeared as they have changed pose.
I guess they ate them.
I'm down with going, Mum. I'm down with going, Mum. There's no comma. Same. I usually get Friday to Sunday off.
Oh wait, of being a
Friday to
pop?
Sunday, right?
Of being
If it's
a
Friday to
pop or
Sunday
being
now,
a
then
nurse?
why are you here? If it's one of your days anyway.
Why were you in the hospital? You're at the hospital. See to go. Were you not supposed to be there?
I don't know.
Ah, yes. Okay, Jacob. I'm gonna go back to work real quick. I know I'm not scheduled and all, but I'm just gonna go back to work.
So we just to recap? To recap, Polly has no idea how antidotes work. Ignored regulation and treated her sister on her day off, and seems to discuss sensitive information in front of visitors of the patient in the most non-calm way whatsoever. I feel like we've got the award for worst nurse in existence. If there was a Razzies for nurses, Polly would be second place beyond the nurses that film TikToks while they're,
Oh yeah, those nurses.
Yeah, those ones are in the league of their own. But below that league is Polly.
She stands right there beside that one Gacha nurse that said, that one Gacha nurse, which in a TikTok told the parents, "Oh, one of your kids is blind." Meanwhile, didn't tell the parents which kid.
Oh no!
So they ended up giving the wrong kid special
it's like Russian
treatment.
roulette. Which child got blinded?
Did they not like think to go like, hey, which one reacts or something? Like snap the fingers, any of those. Like, that's on the parents too at that point.
Like, oh, to be honest, egg on everyone's face.
Except for the child's face, because they're blind.
Yeah, don't throw an egg at the child's face. The blind face. They won't react in time.
Don't be like those mom TikTokers which choose to break eggs on their kids' face.
Dang.
That's
horrible.
actually a trend on the mom side of TikTok, by the way.
If my mom ever tried to do that, I would run away and cry a lot.
All right, cool. We'll call Ali and see if Amy come. See if they're being responsible parents.
Alia's dead.
Real-time phone ring. Hey girl, I heard Jess is better. What's up?
Oh my god, so casual, like geez.
I mean, I feel like that's just... I can see Alia saying exactly that sentence. Anyway, hey Alia, the girls are going to go to Dystopia for the weekend. Can Amy come with? Also, yes, she is fine. I'm confirming what you said right now. Of course she can, and her cousin Riley can join her. Thanks, Alia. I'll let the girls know.
Also, by the way, this interpretation of Marinette kind of annoys me because she feels too happy.
Like,
And
Aiden?
she seems too chill. Because like Marinette, I feel like would be way less chill with most things too. If you actually watch the show, Marinette's actually pretty traumatized and like is a very emotional character. And honestly,
Oh yeah,
like
that's what drew me into the show. Actually, she reminds a little bit of some versions of Spider-Man in a sense, like not just color scheme.
the kind of character this Marinette goes is like,
God, they're both
oh,
insects.
everything's okay, sweetie. I'm a-okay. He. Like she is so flat. Like Marinette at times is crazy, and that does frustrate me sometimes. But Marinette isn't a flat character. She actually has a personality. She has interests. She has emotions and like a whole spectrum of stuff.
It does make sense that she's mellowed out in adulthood, but not to this degree. I feel like she would still be, she'd still be like, she would be keeping it together for the sake of Jess, but also leaking like a little bit because it's still Marinette. She can't control her emotions at any age.
But Marinette's also the kind of person who gives like very obsessive vibes. She overthinks things.
She's not a teenager anymore.
Yeah, but that's just Marinette likes to plan and stuff, like especially with fashion. That's why a lot of her interest is poured into fashion because she likes planning. She's into that.
All right, here's my flow chart. My daughter's physical recovery from poison. Step 1, get her out of the hospital.
No, but like I mean, I feel like she would come up with tons of interesting things to do now that she's healed, being like, oh, this is gonna be great. We could do this, this, and this.
Okay, but also Jess specifically, actually, I think it wasn't her idea to go to Dystopia. She did come up with something to do. That was her idea.
Also, I don't know. I just feel this doesn't feel like Marinette. It doesn't.
Can I make a really terrible joke?
Go for it, girl.
This is the Lion Gate problem.
Oh dear.
All of the original characters have all the personality. Meanwhile, the characters interpreted from other media are as flat as cardboard. As far as I've seen, this is prevalent in most adaptations of characters, unless the writer knows, that character particularly well.
Which Jonny does. That's why he included MLB to begin with, because he's such a fan of the series. If anything,
he is such a fan of the series.
More than I do.
He is such a fan of the series, but like Dogen, I think he's kind of missed the mark with portraying these characters in any form of accuracy.
Also, Adrian hasn't said anything this whole scene, by the way.
I was going to say that as well.
Aiden has said
to him too.
Aiden, he has said one thing. He did mention, hey, why don't you call Alia?
Oh.
Okay.
He has said a singular line of dialogue.
That could have been said by anyone in the scene.
That could have been said by literally anyone. That could have been said by the flowers in the background, and nothing would have changed.
Why don't you call Alia?
No, wait, Tiki could have said that. Where's Tiki? Oh my god, Tiki should be coming out.
I don't think.
Yeah,
I don't think Johnny's able to animate Kwamis or like resize them appropriately, because like even though you resize people in Gacha Club, they don't go down to a certain degree.
Yeah,
you have to do that in post-production to do that effectively.
I don't know, because again, going back to something like Miraculous Ladybug, Marinette really does rely on Tiki for emotional support and even common sense sometimes. Tiki's kind of person who calms her down when she's upset or talks to her about something and be like, and like sometimes, yes, Tiki does say the obvious thing like, oh no, she's gonna destroy the city. Like, yeah, Yeah, of course,
Okay,
she's a giant 50-foot
that's all
monster,
great,
but
but
like,
again, she's grown up now. It makes sense that she's more able to do that by herself. Maybe not
I
entirely. She might
guess,
still
but like,
ask Tiki
it just
occasionally, but
feels weird taking it because it feels like it's taking out the Marakas element. Because like, yes, they're superheroes, but it's treating their powers like the pop powers. Oh yes, I'm gonna transform, but their powers have a different component. Their powers come from a being that's always with them.
Like,
That's very different than powers than just naturally having powers or changing forms. That's
I'm tempted to give
why
Johnny a pass on this on again account of not being
Yeah,
able
on
to
I
account
could
of
animate.
make
not
very
being-
tiny characters without being in post.
Yes,
Trust me.
you can. Wait, that
Yeah.
tiny?
Yeah, I can. You
Yeah,
gotta you go with
Jacob,
the
if you
size in the sizing department, and then on the size part in the studio mode, you go to the very smallest part in size. So
Yeah, so size 12. I did that with Morwenna beforehand. Morwenna used to be size 12 back in the day.
no, I
Even
mean
then, oh, I guess then you have to go into scale,
no,
don't
go
you,
into
as well?
scale. If you combine scale and size, you can actually get them to be extremely tiny, like tinier than some of the flowers in the background. I'm talking.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, in that case, what I just said, yeah, Tiki probably should appear at some point. I mean, obviously, like focus the attention on Jess right now, but yeah, like maybe, but if it turns out, yeah, just have like a moment where Tiki gives Ranette some support when she's like alone, away from like having to be strong for her daughter, then suddenly, yeah, why not?
I don't know. I kind of get the vibe that Johnny wouldn't do that because I don't know, because I kind of get the vibe of Johnny where I feel like a lot of the emotions featured sometimes feel borderline surface level, where basically it's like very basic emotions instead of deep, complex emotions. I don't know, because I haven't really seen anything that really speaks uber emotionally, like where characters break down crying and they can't control it, or a character,
Oh, that's been in some Pops episodes. I can vouch for that.
I don't know.
Not this one, but yeah, some
I
others.
just feel like from emotion department, I feel like the story requires a lot more emotions, especially with the poison element, with characters like Marinette and Adrian being the literal parents of the person who got poisoned. Like there could be a lot of emotional value.
Yeah, but
in
it's
that.
better to see them like fuss over anything, or like or a moment where they're trying to calm each other down. That would have been a good time to involve the Kwamis as well if we had got the scene of them together while this was all going on.
Yeah. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I don't know. I feel like sometime on a certain level, maybe Johnny's scared to go too emotional or go too far with it.
I'm
The
not sure if
emotions.
if it's fear more as it is maybe possibly like I was gonna say lack of practice, but he's been doing this for 3 years. Maybe like lack of practice, like in that specific direction. Like you have to like know where to go, which again is the point of these reviews as well. You have to know where to go, but also you have to like hone that as well. So it takes it.
Yeah.
Like once you have that progression, then you go from there. I think it's because he hasn't had like that particular of realization yet, and that's why. Because until I call this what's called, but it's like there's like a curve of expertise or something, where it's like where your skill level actually is like the x-axis, and then where you think you are is the y-axis, and it goes like up until this like the peak of where you like are confident in is sort of like towards like the very start, not the very start, but almost like stage 2 of the confidence axis, and then just like goes down with ice that you like have to learn so much more, but your skills are still improving as you go along, and then like sort of like trickles up and it keeps going and going, but never reaches that peak of like full confidence ever again, because you realize there's always more to learn. I think Johnny's in like the stage 2 of that point, or maybe like leaning towards the 3rd stage now because of these reviews kind of like emphasizing the flaws. He's now course correcting some of the things that have been mentioned, so he's like going still along the x-axis, improving there, but going down the way. I hope that makes sense, because I don't have graphics to demonstrate that. Again, if this video were edited, I would do that. Anyway.
Meanwhile, I'm testing out that sizing feature. And yeah, you can actually get a character that small.
Oh, well, then there you go.
Yeah, I've actually played that mostly when we were talking about the Giant series back in the day. I was being like, could I actually do this in the studio mode? And it's like, yep, I can 100% do this in the studio mode. It's pretty
We
easy.
need to do that when we like loop back around to the people above, actually.
Oh, yes.
my mic turned off? No, I didn't. Good news, girls. Amy and Ryan are coming with you to Dystopia. Dystopia, my bad.
Dystopia. We're going to a dystopia, guys!
The next morning in Dystopia.
Oh.
Oh, there she is. Perry the Platypus, as Bon refers to her.
Princess Kim! Oh my god.
Princess Kim, it's time to get up.
Wait, you're not Princess Kim, you're my friend Kim!
Don't lie to me, I'm Professor Hitchens! If you don't get that reference, watch the video we did yesterday on the Butter Bunch.
I like the
morning,
maze
Ruby.
design.
The maze design?
The maids.
Oh, right, yes.
Rubies.
Anything planned for today? Do I even want to know what's happening? Character was in a coma as of being poisoned by everything all at once. They found an antidote. They went for ice cream. There we go. Well, your friends are coming over to visit us, Princess. And I suppose I didn't think to warn you beforehand. And no one else told you. The friends didn't even mention it. In fact, do you have a phone? Anyway, any word on Jess? Well, yeah, she's outside. Anyway, she's been miraculously has been revived from her poison. Well, not quite miraculously, as we discussed earlier, but, you know, she was revived. Thank goodness. What time are they getting here? They'll be here just in time for tea. Okay, I better get ready.
That's convenient.
I mean, she wouldn't, like, wake her up with her just, like, outside the door. That'd be too cruel. Good morning, Princess Kim. I think the other stole my accent, which one I gave the Cockney voice to. I forgot there was two of them. They're all Cockney. Good morning, Princess Kim. Here is your dress for the day. It has a wig with your exact hair on it for some reason. We don't know why we have that. Thank you, Alice. Now, let's start with the hair. Seriously, get that wig out of here.
I don't know why we even have that.
It's our template. We need a model design so we know what we're doing. We don't have a mirror, you see. For some, we did your hair without. Yeah, whatever.
Oh, the fact that there are no
to the
mirrors
ether
in
with it.
Dystopia. I don't like this mirror. To the ether with it.
I need to watch High Guardian the Spice Abridged again. It's been long enough. Oh dear. And yep, just throw it on her, why don't you? Just
Now this is the real treatment. Meanwhile, she has a placement in her face.
She didn't even like put her hands up like kids do or anything like that to help the process. She just stood there. Here is your dress and your wig, even though we styled your hair the exact same style as it. It'd be really funny if it just turns out that Kim was actually she recently restyled her hair, so that could have been a wig the whole time. Imagine if she was just bald the whole time. That was her true disguise, actually. Princess Kim! There you go, Princess, you're all ready. Thanks, Alice. Thanks, Ruby. Our pleasure, Princess. Kim, dear, it's time for breakfast. I'm on my way, ma'am. I'm kind of worried about Kim. She's probably still thinking about Jess. Okay, you're worried about Kim thinking about Jess. So you're actual Jess? I hope so. I know that you don't know her very well, but still. Don't worry, Camilla. Jessica is okay. She's recovered from the poison. Okay, but should I tell her about you-know-what? In Vault You-know-which?
Also, I like how this music feels distinctly regal, which fits the setting that we're in.
Yeah. This is one of my favorite Jonny tracks that he uses a lot, and he specifically used it for any royal scenes, of which he has done plenty, so good that he selected one. I mean, your pop identity? Oh yeah, that's right, because Camilla was also a pop from a different pop group. Which, I mean, yeah, why not? You know about her pop identity, so I suppose there's not really much of an issue. Wait, hold on a second. Wasn't part of the plot in episode 2 or episode 1? No, it wasn't episode 1. It was episode 2 where they went and retrieve her. Wasn't the point that she was targeted at birth specifically because of her power? But Camilla, who is also a pop, was not targeted for that same latent power, but was also put in charge of like her Kim's safety, and that was the whole thing. So, but if she's a pop too, then why did Kim's power manifest and Camilla's didn't? Why did the bunglers know about one of them but not the older one that they would have had intel on for much longer? And would have been more of an immediate threat to them.
Just, Jacob, if you think about it too hard, it will hurt your brain, and you just got done with being sick.
It already does. I always get like, let's go back and review some disco pops. Because these videos are fun, don't get me wrong, but yes, they do hurt my brain sometimes. Because it's like, I remember more of the plot holes, like other stuff that happens, than the person actively reviving the series at the moment, who I'm still convinced is not scripting these. What if Kim is like her big sister being a pop? Well, tough cookies, she's a pop! Why would she care? Ah.
Oh,
I'm sure she'll understand. You know, on account of both knew about her power for years and knew that she would be joining a pop group, which I just randomly approved her to go to 2 episodes ago. You know, because there's not much of a secret. Why? So again, she wouldn't care. Morning, Mum. Morning, sis. Wow, Kim, you look so beautiful. You're dressed exactly the same way as you normally are. Oh, thanks, Mum.
Oh, Jacob blowing his nose ASMR.
Oh, you seem a bit worried, Camilla. What's wrong? Honestly, I could have done ASMR with my croaky voice from before. I would have destroyed it, but I could have technically. Nothing, sis. Sis, I'm not buying that. You're acting really sus right now. Oh, Aiden has apparently got to go. Oh,
Alright.
that was that, apparently. I was going to ask to do Code Yoko later, but then again, we're probably not going to have time after this.
And we're probably not going to have time.
Alright. If anything, I'm definitely going to make this a 2-parter, so once we get to like the episode 5 splits, then I'll make it. We didn't get through the longest video in one go. Oh well. I think it's a teller, Camilla, considering you just randomly brought it up right now. So this is now the point of this scene. This is now the plot. Was there another prophecy I didn't know about? Oh yeah, that's right. It was a prophecy. So everyone else.
Also, Jacob, I'm just going to quickly send something your direction.
And yes, Jess, you might have actually just, maybe Kim caught the habit from, you never know. It's not that, sis. It's just... You know how there's this new pop called Sprinkler Pop? Kim is like, look, I can't keep track. There are too many of these.
I can hardly keep track, and I'm not even a Pops fan.
Yeah, she almost looked like you. She even sounded like you. I like how, I mean, yes, it's already convenient enough that people don't know who the Super Pops are because the Super Pops like wear their rings like on their necks, like immediately available for anyone to see in the exact color schemes and everything. But I always assumed there was some magic that was like safeguarding them, kind of like Miraculous Ladybug, where it's not just the mask that protects them, it's just the entire transformation all put together that would never be recognizable to anyone. That's how
Yes,
the
fun.
enchantment works.
Princess Perry the Platycum is here.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, I did that before. I did and apparently, actually, even though she thinks that a mere disguise is actually sci-fi true, but she's actually much more in tune with secret entities and recognize them than other people. She can't quite tell them, but she can say that someone looks similar to someone else. So
Also, if you've been paying attention, the characters have like little tiny size variations. Like if you look here, the youngest princess is smaller than her mother.
oh yeah,
but only by a very tiny margin.
which does track because it does track because she's a teenager, so most likely
She's a teenager.
Possibly
All I'm saying
done
is
her
that
biggest growth spurt.
All I'm saying is that I kind of appreciate it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's because I am Sprinkler Pop.
Is that another pop series out?
Well, it's not a indie pop series, it's just a pop that is a part of a different series. Why didn't you tell me earlier, sis? Like, no, no, like, shocked reaction or anything. She was like, why didn't you tell me earlier? This is where Aiden would say this is not only service level, it's just non-existent. We've somehow gone even further down after Aiden left and is no longer here to validate his own point. Yeah, just like, what a shocker. I mean, yes, but she sort of seems surprised, but at the same time, she's like, I am Disco Pop. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Why?
Meanwhile,
what's up?
the thing I sent you.
Oh, okay. Hold on.
I actually played around with character size and made a thing.
Oh, okay. Yes, you certainly did.
You can actually get a character that's small.
Yep, let me just...
In base game Gacha Studio mode, no alterations required.
Just...
The thing is that layering might be a little bit strange with a character that tiny.
Yeah, I guess also like reposing, you have to be very careful with how that goes, but again, not impossible.
I tried to create a Tiki. I just slapped a couple of traits together and gave it a pose. It's kind of
fair enough. She does. She reminds me. She looks like a sunburnt Tinkerbell.
Sunburnt Tinkerbell. Well, then again, Tiki in the actual Miraculous series is kind of a butt ugly bug thing.
She's a ladybug thing, I guess. That makes sense.
I don't like the design of the Kwamis, but that's a personal thing. Mostly because I don't understand what they are.
I mean, Tiki's the hardest one to identify if you don't know what the show is called. The other ones you can sort of work out for the most part.
Like, I know she is a ladybug Kwami.
Yeah,
but
that's exactly. If you don't know what the name of the show is, it's a chance of one to figure out.
Yeah, but the thing is, she doesn't look very much like a ladybug, does she? Aside from the spots.
That's what I mean. She's hard to figure out if you don't know what the show is called. If you know it's called The Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir, you can sort of put together. That's not a cat. It's not Noir. It must be the ladybug.
At least Chat Noir has a cat feature every year. Meanwhile,
exactly, yeah.
Tiki just has a spot. Which is kind of horrible.
Tiki, one spot. Ha!
Well, look. If you look at her from a front angle, she just looks like she has a singular spot in the middle of her forehead.
Tiki is... But wait, I said Ladybug was Spider-Man before, right? guess Tiki is the spot then.
I don't want to think about that.
It took everything from you. You don't look surprised. There's honestly too many pops to keep track of, to honestly get. Wow.
Yeah, like, if you really think about this universe, there is a pops group for almost every location in the world now.
Which is that, like, that's probably the best way I think that you can do when you're like making so many new series, is to like specify the locations so that they actually have a reason to exist, as well as the other pop groups. Because again, they can teleport anywhere they want. So for the most part, Majesty in this franchise is just going around making new pop groups for honestly no reason. I mean, she does make new pop groups in Tono TV as well, but I haven't got that far yet, so I'm not sure why the rap pops or the K-pops end up coming together, existing in universe. Obviously, out of universe, it's marketing, but in universe, I don't know why she makes those yet.
Also, there's Bon in the comments. This photo implies Marionette still uses her miraculous, implying that she's still ladybugging into her 30s or 40s. When do superheroes retire?
That is what's happening here. Remember, like she has 3 children, so yes, she is still ladybugging. Oh yeah, I forgot she was ladybugging in like episode 3. That's why. So, but yeah, she is still active, and yeah, she just doesn't need to retire as of yet. I mean, the 30s and 40s are still very much, operational. So why on earth not? And if you're having your abilities being bolstered by magic, because bear in mind, Marionettes didn't exactly take any acrobatics, to my knowledge, before becoming the guardian of the Ladybug Miraculous. So I'm pretty sure that comes with territory. In fact, none of the people did. None of the other guardians did any like fighting, apart from, I guess, obviously, Adrian.
Yeah, I was about to say, Adrian does have some fighting experience. He is the only miraculous holder with fighting experience.
He never pulled out a fencing sword at any point, which I guess was because it would have been a dead giveaway to Marinette, even if she's not that dumb. But yeah, he never does that.
Actually, no, I think she would be that dumb.
Oh god. Okay, fine.
She has been dancer. She did dance the YMCA with some old men in a really bad disguise once.
I see. Yeah, I did make the joke earlier on about Adrian being that dense and like signing Marinette's cast on the exact hand that was Cataclysm.
Anyway, let's ladybugging.
If she was still 80s and 90s, then she's still ladybugging. I mean, Tiki's the Kwame of creation, so I guess you can create a good skincare routine. I don't know.
Actually, no. Technically, if you think about it, no matter how much she ages, she can essentially use the power of creation to forestall her own aging process. But I don't think they'd actually go that direction.
Well, yeah, because they have to. They know their age demographics. They have to keep their characters the age they can market the easiest.
Just like us, being 10 years old for almost 50 years.
Not 50 years, but certainly, I think it was like 24 or something like that. 24 years, being 10. Yeah. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I just didn't want you to be mad at me. Always the argument of I don't want you to be mad at me. I don't know if I'm alone with this, but I always say that in terms of if you have bad news, break it to someone first of all, and don't let them find out later, because then they're not only finding out about the stuff you would think would make them mad, but they're also finding out that you withheld the truth from them, which is going to make them even more mad. But people seem to not agree with that, so I don't know, just throwing that out there just in case. See if I'm alone. Of course I'm not mad at you, sis. I was just confused. Couldn't you tell from my incredible expression of confusion that just emerged right now?
Like, at least I would change the position of the eyebrows. It's not that hard to do a confused expression.
If working with dead characters, you have to worry about aging. Oh, yeah, you're talking about Seasons of the Plex. I thought you were still talking about because they bug here. I thought we were like miraculous skelebug or something. No. Okay, Secrets of the Plex, yes, that's true. They're mostly ghosts.
Also,
And
by the way, when it
robots.
comes to Secrets of the Plex, you sent me nothing to make the thumbnail with.
Oh dear.
What have you done? What have you wrought this day, Bon?
Yeah. Normally the way
Unless
that
I've
we do
already
yeah.
made it. I'm
Yeah.
confused now.
I don't know.
But still, let me T-pose on your work. I told you to...
The thumbnail's actually T-posing.
Like, no, but please. Like, told you to, like, send me an example of what you'd want and the poses you want, since I know you're having trouble with exporting characters. Character codes. I want them, I need them in order to do the thing.
Yeah. By the way, Bon, I too like it when characters change clothes. That's I've actually pushed for that in a few specific scenarios. Most of the time in the past they were shot down by Aiden because he was like, oh, we need like a consistent outfit for the entire time because that's part of the marketing and stuff. Like, well,
Like,
they still have defining traits. It's still recognizable to the same people. And the whole point is that they're actually growing up and we're not doing the whole TV marketing thing where they keep them the same age and clothes all the time.
Like, I can understand. I'm kind of doing the same thing as you. Like, the characters can wear different shades of clothing sometimes, but they still keep the recognizable features.
Yeah. Alpha Academy is sort of a middle ground for me because most of the time they're in their school uniform, but when they're out of the school uniform, I do give them different outfits for those particular moments because that way I get to say this is their marketing form in their school uniform, but then everything else, yeah, when they're in casual clothes, that's different.
Like, however, Monster Compendium fun fact: Oleg is the type of person to buy more than one of the same sweater.
I see. Is it got like Shaggy's or something? Where it's just like all green sweaters.
No, it's not all green sweaters. There is a little bit of variation. It's mostly in case he, gets caught in the light of the full moon and happens to transform while wearing his favorite sweater. Oh, look, he opens his closet and he has a second one at his convenience.
Also thought myself for the episode is finished, maybe by December, I'm not sure yet. That is fair. Normally that is the last thing that I think about as far as videos go. Not because it's less important, it's just because it's last in the process for me. Is it going to be permanent or temporary? Have you considered not being a pop?
I'm pretty maybe she's rightly concerned that her sister could be rushing into a dangerous situation.
But she just got recruited herself.
Yeah, but she is, I assume, significantly older.
No, Kim is the younger sister.
Wait.
Yeah, one on the left, the one who's saying it's permanent or temporary, is the younger sister, who has also just been recruited as a pop in a different group.
Yet the one wearing the pink dress is shorter and looks younger.
Maybe she didn't get the tall genes.
Maybe she didn't get the tall genes, but...
Oh no, are you gonna have to take back your comment about the sizing thing from before?
Yeah, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna have to reel that back a little bit.
Maybe it's like anime logic where there's just certain characters where it's like this is my older sister. Cut to like someone who looks like a child.
Like I get that. I can get that characters being shorter than their siblings, but the girl in the teal dress looks older by merit of having more features.
Yeah, it's the freckles that are throwing things off. Yeah.
She does, I think, yeah, the freckles, because she hardly even looks related now that I look at it. But that's mostly
a rising trend, because so far we've had Aiden that Jess doesn't look like either of her parents, and now Kim doesn't look like her sister or mother, both of whom look very similar to each other.
Okay, why do I feel like snatching the rest of the main cast except for the pops and giving them all, palette shifts. Just give them all some redesigns.
Either that or give them all DNA tests at this point.
Is it like, yes, is this actually the princess? Or is this the girl? Was this a changeling that was snuck into the palace by the Fae people when you were born?
I saw a video today. It was the Click video about D&D memes, and at one point it said, I found the origin of ADHD. It was when someone like communicated with the Fae and said that, and one of them said, "May I have your attention?" And they said yes. The Fae just smiled and walked away. It took me a second to get that because I don't play D&D. So it's like, oh right, she just literally just stole her ability to pay attention, and that's the whole
Like
that took me a second.
Bond is like, back out well you can, girl. You never know when Majesty will send you to a boat.
Yeah, and only been reported dead 9 years later, apparently, according to what happened to Gabriel, I guess.
Oh, poor Mr. Regressed.
Mm-hmm. Temporary.
Also, I don't care what Aiden said. You can feel bad when your abusive parents die.
Yeah,
that was just Aiden being a moron because he doesn't know how grieving works.
Yeah. Or like how strong like the bonds of certain families like are, depending on like like a lot of the time, because they say you don't choose your family, and that is very much true in most cases. So
wait, Bon has something to say.
Oh, okay, all right. Also, I'm going to point out as well because of I just remembered that Camilla did have like a whole thing like of leaving the Jazz Pops, I think, to... Oh, wait, no. I think that was Kim, actually, in the original Disco Pops that became the queen of Clear Sheer and not Dystopia, specifically.
Like, to be fair, I do like the color of blonde that girl is. If only that transferred to the rest of her family.
Mm-hmm.
Because the rest of her family seemed to be golden blonde, and then she's just pale blonde.
Yeah, I mean it's possible that she got those genes from her father, but we don't know.
Like the father never appears on screen.
I don't think so. I'm trying to remember back to other episodes. I don't think we've seen him at any point. So, oh wait, no, we did see him in the prophecy. I think like the flashback about that. And if that was a flashback, maybe I'm just Mandela affecting myself. I don't know anymore. I try and keep up with the lore of this. We're only 4 episodes in. I'm already lost.
Like, I feel like I need to take, like, the other characters, I need to, like, ask Jonny for the codes of the other characters, like the rest of the royal family, and just maybe touch them up a bit so that they look more...
Yeah. Oh, okay, here's our guest right now, traumatized.
Their deaths got reported 9 years after the shipwreck. Are you kidding me right now?
Well, Gabriel's did. Otherwise, how do you explain that they found out that Gabriel was dead, but yet for some reason that's been compromised for 1 year, even though the cruise thing was 10 years ago? Just doing that simple calculation means that they were 9 years late on the death certificate, one of the most famous fashion designers in the entire world. You know, the poor other people who are still waiting for their deaths to be confirmed. Talk about known unto God on the gravestones.
9 years!
That's the only way this makes sense. I try and make these videos as logical as I can to give people the benefit of the doubt, but when I do that, I have to draw from what is it here. And
This is why we write out, this is why we, like, take one of those, like, event trees and plot out our timeline before we
or we just write a script. We just write a script full stop. That's the best practice in any situation.
Just write a script. Start and stop. This is like Liongate when they confirm in the first episode that Starlight was only a few months ago. Only to learn in another episode that the events of Starlight was a year ago.
Yeah, and in the middle of that, it was somehow like November or December time as well. And they were still at a tropical resort.
But it was a tropical resort that was cold.
Ah.
We had a whole segment of like that. Never mind. This is not Lionsgate. This is worse.
So yeah, that's
let's run this back and run it through again.
So long.
I don't know.
What? Like, if we're thinking about it, it's a shipwreck. If we don't know how many people were on the boat, or how many people died and how many people escaped, we do know the Pops died for sure. And we know Gabriel Agreste died for sure. There were probably like hundreds of casualties on that ship. We don't know. And they probably found like Agreste in his quarters taking a permanent nap.
We also found out that the Blues Pops did lose theirs of each other and the event, but the rest of the world didn't. It's kind of like the major plot hole in Spider-Man No Way Home, where it's like everyone forget who Peter Parker is. All right, sure. Then they just forget that there's like images of him, thousands of hours of archival footage of him being Spider-Man, the whole Mysterio revelation in the first place, that footage still exists. All the news reports were there. So naturally, people just figured it out immediately afterwards anyway. They just don't show that part. So yeah.
What happened in those 2 years?
No, they were pronounced dead. Like they were missing for 9 years because of the cruise, and pronounced dead. Also, Gabriel Agreste goes on a cruise trip that doesn't come back. But hey, by pure coincidence, there just so happens to be a cruise that sank in the news reports at this other point in time 9 years ago when Gabriel Agreste was last seen alive. And went on a cruise ship.
If they're not found in the next 7 years, then they're pronounced dead. What happened in those other 2 years?
I don't know. I guess
that would imply that there was a sign that Gabriel was alive, and he's at the bottom of the ocean. What happened?
Like, I don't know. Probably there was a day. Like, I'm gonna pull an Aiden, and I'm gonna say that at one point there was a Gabriel Agreste Senti monster. Just running around.
That means the real Gabriel is like still around, but he's faked his death for 10 years.
That would actually be hilarious for a villain to do. Like not hilarious for a villain to do. That would actually be like an excellent thing for like a villain arc. But I don't think that's what either of them have planned.
Honestly, that's probably what the actual MLB series could pull that off. If anything, they could do a next generation thing at some point.
Like
after Marinette and Adrian finally figured themselves out and whatever. You know, just do a sequel series and Hawkmoth returns and it's like, you thought I was gone. I was a Senti monster the whole time. And now I'm gonna operate in complete secrecy. And no one's going to know I'm here until the first Akuma attack. The whole thing is going to happen. Then my cover is blown, but whatever.
Unless they reason that somebody else has the butterfly moth miraculous.
That is a fair point. And it turns out they're also a Senti monster. They're a fabricated person. They don't even exist. It's just a random prototype Senti monster thing. Big battle at the end of a season or something. Senti monster vanishes. Turns out Hawkmoth is revealed to be alive at the end. Seasonal cliffhanger.
Like, that would be a good thing for a villain to do. But do I think that's happening here? No. I just think there's a lot of plot holes to pick through.
Disney. Recruit us. Bond can translate into French. It's fine.
Oh, mon Dieu.
I don't think Bond wants to.
Well, no, because then we have to, because then they have to go into the mindset of someone from Paris. But I'm glad we have another member of the Disco Pops, even though temporary. Who said about the Disco Pops? You just said you're a pop member. Like there's so many pop groups, and wouldn't you have known about a disco? Hold on. Also, it's Camilla knows that Kim is in the Disco Pops. So when she says, "Hey, here's a new," you know, that new pop that is like roaming around, like doing the rounds at some point, is obviously not in your group because otherwise you would have been introduced to her formally and not just like as a random person that you might have heard
Doesn't
of.
she look strangely familiar?
Exactly. That's how you would do that. Instead of like, hey, you know that new pop that you just met recently who's anything you don't know yet? Guess what? It's me. I'm in the Disco Pops now. That would be the huge surprise here.
Also,
Apparently it's just common that I guess it's just the Disco Pops are the ones that exist now because the Blue Pops have been dead for 10 years. I don't know.
this presents. I hate to be that person, but this presents a problem for Dystopia.
I'm sure it does, but what problem did you have specifically in mind out of the several that...
The oldest princess running around doing superhero work into her teens. Like, the mom looks like she's, in good health.
Yes.
Very, very good health.
She uses essence of tiki for her skincare routine.
Okay, let's shove that in the box and talk politics for a second.
Bon, je vais rejoindre Ebony Pop dans le coin et nettoyer mon cerveau de tout traumatisme. On dirait qu'Ebony Pop mène la meilleure vie possible. Je n'aurais pas dû même moquer d'elle.
I got lost like halfway through that.
I'm gonna go join Ebony Pop in the corner. She seems to be living the Vida Loca right now of simplicity.
I think like Ebony Pop just sniffed the antidote too hard.
I was making fun of Ebony Pop earlier, but now I kind of wish I was her so I didn't have to be a part of this conversation.
Like, to be fair, Bond, it kind of seems like Ebony Pop kind of sniffed the antidote too hard. Like, as soon as she handed off the antidote, she was blasted off to another dimension.
My daily dose of essential poisons, so I gotta go do that and go to my grave.
But I'm gonna say this. This is like a royal line family, I'm guessing.
Yes, yeah, it is.
If anything happened to the oldest daughter, power would go to the youngest daughter. But if they're both busy running around being pops, I don't see how they have time to run a country.
They don't. That's why Camilla is a temporary pop, apparently, according to her own logic, which I can only assume means part-time. Oh, okay. Bond says, I've now faded into the chat room once more. Goodbye and good luck. All right, then.
We need the luck. Because there are a lot of logical flaws in this.
Yeah.
Okay, this is the second run of this series. And I'm already very confused. I've watched the first 3 episodes. I've watched all of the episodes so far. But there are some logical inconsistencies between the different pop series that elude and confuse me very much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, this is why sharing a universe with a group of people is a rewarding yet exhausting endeavor. Because you'll need to check with the other people to be sure that no one has contradicted you, and vice versa.
Yeah, that's why the MCU is like overseen by one particular person who approves other decisions. And to some extent, the Butterverse overseen by me. Like, whoever someone comes in and pitches like a new idea, I have like the rest of like the information in mind, and BB also keeps track of stuff as well on top of that. Like, we have that covered, but it does take in this situation where it's like, these people have met over YouTube and just sort of like in terms of their own shared ideas, and people just like add on to that, and then they don't really talk about what direction they're all going with each other, except if they want a cameo or they happen to be collaborating for one episode, and even then they'll get mad at each other for rejecting certain story ideas, which is not really the best of environments to do a shared universe in. That's one of the reasons I wanted to do like my own pop series in this franchise, to see how the inner workings of that actually go. Well, shall we eat so we can get any for your friends, Kim? I mean, they're in time for tea, right? So, anyway, sure, ma'am. After breakfast, which was an empty table. Knowing Jess, she's probably still feeling guilty. Yeah, Boccherini, I love this one. Probably still feeling guilty about what happened.
Yeah, I'm still loving all of this like classical music. It really fits
Oh, yeah.
the vibe of the character and gives her like a distinctive personality. Meanwhile, she's not really doing much except for saying words at us.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking.
Oh god, yeah, that sound effect.
Actually,
What's
no.
this news notification?
Like, I'm gonna go ahead and say that sound effect with this background music actually isn't too bad of a call.
Oh no, this is like the same notification we get all the time. I just forget like how loud it is for everyone else watching because Restream quieten stuff down for me. Don't be amused, it's just the news. Okay, sure. Fine. Prepare to be depressed immediately then.
Nadja. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that's Nadia Chamak from Miraculous Ladybug, the actual news reporter.
what?
Oh, because some breaking news seems like somehow Ladybug and Cat Noir are akumatized. So he is alive. Or did we actually predict that there's someone else with the butterfly? I don't think so.
Like, oh no, we might have accidentally predicted something. Who could have seen that coming? Now let's continue with the episodes. Also, I'd like to point out the somehow akumatized, meaning that not even the person who made this knows either when they're akumatized.
Well, I mean, yeah, you're reporting the news, so you can't really like say like, oh, we were there in the moment we captured the scene where it happened or something. Also, what you can do is not say your catchphrase of "Don't be amused, it's just the news," like to start off this broadcast at those serious times. That's kind of like the same emoji. It's like it's TJ and the Wombat.
Meanwhile,
right to Peppertown where the Sandbugs are there, and they are tearing it up.
Meanwhile, the Wombat is in the background, like 12 people have been killed.
That's right, Wombat.
Between Clarks and Spinster County, 12 people have been shot dead in a car accident.
And that's a new record for the Cyborgs in one go. They're on their way to Gingertown right now as we speak.
This is a serious moment.
Yeah, I suggest everyone get out of there as soon as they can. Run.
Like, meanwhile, Ladybug and Cat Noir both being akumatized at once? What?
I guess. I mean, I'm trying to remember. I don't think two Akumas have been released at the same time. It's just usually been one, and then that one like either duplicates itself or some other stuff happens, and that's why it's just like capture a bunch of them at once. But normally, it's usually only one that ever gets launched, right? Which seems like an intentional power limitation. Does that mean that whoever's using the Butterfly Kuma now is like the Butterfly Macros now is actually more powerful somehow? They've improved it in some way. Can the miraculous powers be improved artificially? I don't think they can because they're like centuries old and they've remained unchanged, seemingly.
Like, seemingly unchanged. But I'd like to point out one thing. I haven't watched much Miraculous Ladybug, but I do remember the macarons. That was used in one episode to change Tiki from whatever Tiki normally is into a mermaid fish creature.
I have not seen this episode. I did not know that was the thing. And also, you said like Macrons as if like, this is a series set in Paris, right? Do you mean like Emmanuel Macron, like the actual president of France?
No, I mean like the pastry.
Okay. Oh wait. Oh, okay. Was that? Were macarons by any chance?
Yes.
Oh, okay. The ones that Victini likes. Okay, yeah. I haven't seen that one. I don't think so. I know there's one where Tiki goes crazy with like with hunger, and then immediately starts like getting like a bunch of more like food. It's like Clyde with chance of meatballs almost, but and also whenever Ladybug is transformed, she gets like it's really, really ravenous. I think it was like the Galette episode, so that was a different one.
Like maybe, but there is an episode where like I think it's the one where Kagami and Adrian and Lucas and Marionette go ice skating. I think
Okay, yeah,
like
definitely. I haven't seen that one.
It's an episode, but
Okay.
some special macarons are made that like that like transform them into mermaids. I remember that being an episode. It was either an episode or a miraculous themed fever dream. I don't know which.
I mean, it sounds like it could be both, quite honestly.
But anyway,
Look how crazy the show gets. It could very easily be either one.
The Akumas can change.
Wait,
somehow.
all right. But I guess wouldn't that mean that they would just turn into mermaids instead of butterflies? They have to like they're like sirens. They actually summon people and then akumatize them directly. I can show you your desires. Come closer. Come closer.
That's
Touch the forehead. Anyway. What? But I thought Monarch was dead. This event happened just as Groupot from New Disco Group has been revived from getting poisoned. Question. If you had this idea to begin with for the episode, why not have the moments when... Remember that scene before I mentioned that they could have had where Marinette and Adrian were like fretting over the condition of their daughter? Why not have it be that, you know, considering those are negative emotions that they're going through, they can't control that moment, would that have been a prime opportunity? Have the accumulation happen in that moment and then like flow more naturally into this plot point without going through like the rest of this stuff? Again, this is a double feature, so you're not really going to strain for runtime if you wanted to double them up in the first place. So you could have easily like shaved off a lot of time. All we'd be missing out is the reveal that Camilla's also in a pop group, which again hasn't really like come into play. That can easily be done at some other point, or even during this sequence as she like comes in to help as a surprise. Show don't tell.
Yeah, it's like they're fighting, and it's like, oh no, it seems like their power isn't going to be enough. Isn't there any other pop members around? And in comes this new pop in to give assistance to our underdog cast.
Mm-hmm.
Fighting Marionette and Adrian, who have been akumatized somehow.
Also, most of the time, the point of akumatization is specifically to retrieve the miraculous of Ladybug and Cat Noir. That's like every episode Hawkmoth says that. Like, so you would think...
Didn't Hawkmoth... Also, I'm gonna say, didn't Hawkmoth try this already? But Marionette was able to calm herself down so she wasn't akumatized?
Yes. I believe I remember that, yeah.
In which case... This is probably a new person, because there's no way.
Again, the negative emotions of like her daughter being in the coma and possibly dying, that might have been enough to tip her over the edge.
That might have been enough.
However,
but she was...
this apparently happened after she was revived.
Yes, and even then the mother was perfectly happy. The Marionette was perfectly happy in the previous scene. We saw her smiling with her husband, Adrian, who downed a whole ice cream cone in a single bite.
How do you manage to mess up the idea of, like, the idea of akumatization without understanding how akumatization happens in every single episode of this series that you are such a fan of? How do you even manage that? Like, that's the whole mechanic.
There are a lot of ways I would have rewritten the script for this episode kind of like the attempted My Little Pony crossover.
Written a script for this episode. Well, yeah.
There are a lot of different scripts I'd write that would use equimization better, and I don't even like the series of origin.
There you go.
I don't even like Miraculous Ladybug. Mostly when I'm doing anything miraculous related, I need to look up the names of the characters. I don't even remember what episodes exist.
Apart from the
because I
mermaid one.
haven't. Yes, and the thing Aiden sent me of Cat Noir accidentally murking a woman.
In fact, that was a movie special. I have not seen that one. That one was interesting, it seems.
By the way, I'm getting some sort of enjoyment from watching this clip over and over again.
Okay, well,
The robot lady stands in front of Ladybug to protect her from Cat Noir, who's using Cataclysm, only to get murked by Cat Noir. With a power called Cataclysm, you think you wouldn't stand directly in the way. Even then, they're like, it's not like Marionette doesn't have time to move out of the way either.
Or the robot doesn't have time to grab her and move her, which is also a thing that happens in Dragon Ball. There's a Dragon Ball Z abridged joke at one point where Piccolo jumps in front of Gohan to save him from an explosion, which of course happens in the original series. But in this one, he goes like, "Wait, I'll just grab him. I can probably steal that now, actually. Yeah, that's right. I'll just grab him and then Anyway.
Yoink.
We'll give you more updates as time goes on. I don't know, how about what they're doing in the city or something? Like what devastation's being caused? Anything? News reporter? As if Jess wasn't sad enough, I must be really upset. Again, Jonny going back to the sadness. I guess this is double sadness, the episode. I should have expected that, but again, Jess could probably really help out in this situation and has the motivation to do so.
Why does the plot always hinge on a character being sad?
Yeah, that was a thing like in the first scene that I said was a relief that the first episode was not going to be like that, and here we are again. Double sadness, I guess.
Here we are again.
Mm-hmm.
Been here before, but I couldn't tell you when.
Oh, I was thinking of the Victorious theme song. Here I am once again, feeling lost, but now and then
I'm breathing in to let it go. Why did the healing potion have poison? Why did I eat ice cream from that stranger?
I breathe it in, the toxic fumes. I'm unconscious, hospitalized now. There's nothing I see because everything has gone very black. My vitals have faded. I don't know if I will come back.
I wasn't here for her taking the ice cream.
That was last episode.
I'm just going to... That was the last episode, but I wasn't here for that, so I'm quickly going to say... Honey Pop, how dumb are you? Like, don't you know, your parents tell you not to take candy from strangers for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not because the candy is delicious and the strangers want to give it to you. It's because there's probably something inside it that will harm you. Only take candy from strangers on Halloween.
Losing oxygen, flatlining.
Have your parents make sure it's safe for you to eat.
Yeah, a lot of the time people will say only take stuff as wrapped up. Specifically for that reason. Anyway, losing oxygen.
Do not take ice cream from strangers unless you're paying for it, and they're an ice cream man.
Losing oxygen.
In that case, take ice cream from that stranger. Yeah. I don't care.
Losing oxygen.
Girly pop, just take ice cream.
Losing oxygen, flatlining, seeing a light. Here I am once again, flatlined, losing oxygen.
I see the light. Oh, there it goes.
My vitals froze everywhere now.
Okay, let's move on, please.
I'll finally see
I'll finally see my grandma.
who apparently is actually alive. So what did it matter?
Like, who might actually be alive? It could be somebody else with the miraculous. But even then, there's a thing. Wouldn't Adrian keep that on him?
I don't know.
Or maybe Ned keep that on her, you know, for safety reasons. Or put Nuru back in the mystery box.
There he
Has the
is,
mystery box been
over
stolen
there.
again?
He's alive. Hello, grandpa.
Get over here. Give me a hug.
Akuma to the face. Anyway, your friends are here, princess. Your friends are here, princess. But it seems that Jessica is feeling more sad. On account, she happened to be in front of a TV at the time. I guess she heard the news. Okay, I'll be right there.
I like a slow down for a second.
Kim, did you hear the news? Yes, we gotta go now. Quick, transform. Let's do this.
Like, I'm just gonna say this now. Like, they could be anywhere at any point. Like, did their parents get akumatized as soon as they left?
I guess as soon as you've recovered and they've got left to the ice cream, the Akuma is in the ice cream cone.
That's like that does explain why Adrian's ice cream cone was oddly purple.
Because that's the color of
I just
Akuma's. The Akuma's in the
because
ice cream. Akuma's...
But I just assumed that's why I just assumed Adrian likes green.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine like the cataclysm for this episode is he like taps the ice cream and it just like flops down and melts instantly.
Oh, is Adrian going to murk another woman? Let's see.
I see
Also,
your lights.
like-
There it goes. Back to the real world. Dodos.
Like, I'm just gonna say, like, you should have stayed in France to help your parents.
Well, the news only just broke out right now, so they should be going. What they really should be doing is
now.
going back to France immediately. But we may be wasting a bit of time here on a cheering up scene, so that they actually have the willpower to move and do their job as superheroes.
Like, yeah, Bond. This series is teaching us not to trust ice cream.
Yeah, some form of essential
Ice cream.
poison.
The ice cream man, that evildoer.
Yeah,
We gotta go and we gotta give him the punches.
yeah, some essential poison or an Akuma. Yes, exactly what you were say there, Bon. All right, did you hear? I did, Jess. I'm sure someone will save your mom and dad. Here's an idea. How about you four, who are superheroes? What is
Like,
wrong with you?
There's actually 6 of, like, yeah, there's 4 pops on screen. Go back to France. You can teleport. You have the power to do that.
The other two, yeah, the other two next to her are Jess's sisters, who aren't pops. So like the 4 of them that
Like-
can teleport, yes, get out of here. Go now.
The Jess's the sisters that aren't pops could easily be like, hey, yeah, why are we taller than the rest of you?
Because they're older.
I'm not gonna question it.
Well, they're older sisters.
Sidewalk joke.
Yeah. Also, yeah, the blonde one is the nurse from earlier.
The terrible nurse.
Oh my god, I just realized Polly's the nurse from earlier, and her scrubs basically just changed to yellow, and that's her new outfit. Gosh darn it. Okay. Anyway. I don't understand. How can Marinette and Adrian get akumatized? Yeah, there you go. Polly and Cassidy are my siblings. There we go. Yeah. I don't know. Mum said she wasn't mad at anybody. It's not just anger. It's any negative emotion. That is how akumatization works. That's why the attacks are so varied.
Also, wait, okay, I'm gonna break out the pun in square.
Mm-hmm.
The parents, blue hair and blonde, are genes that run in the family.
Yes. We have to guess that maybe blue hair might be synonymous with black hair because of the whole like animation thing. So maybe it carries the same dominance that black hair would.
Yeah, but none of her kids have black hair. They have brown hair.
Yeah, I mean, I guess Polly got her blonde hair from her dad. That makes sense.
That makes sense.
Yeah. As far as
Like, they probably got their brown hair from the maternal grandfather on Marinette's side.
yes, Simple Man. Yeah, but potentially. Because that would mean that Mr. Dupin would have had like a recessive brown hair allele that he could have passed on. Wait, no, because that would have meant that because it would have like merged differently with, I guess both of the Dupont-Chengs had a recessive brown-haired allele, so that passed on as well as the recessive traits that Marinette did not exhibit. Therefore, she was a carrier of brown hair, which was more dominant than Adrian's blonde hair, which then manifested in Jess and Cassidy. See, like I said to Aiden, there was an explanation and it can happen genetically. It's just you gotta leap a little bit to figure it out.
It's science. It's magic genetics. We don't care.
This is why I want to do like a magic theory about the science of the Ultima, because I still maintain that my theory is that it's not actually a curse; it's a genetic condition. It operates the same way that it would, but anyway, whatever. We'll get there.
Actually, no. If it is a genetic condition, that would make a lot of sense.
Exactly.
But it has to be a condition that only passes between the firstborn sons of each family tree.
Well, not necessarily. We do know that the last three Ultimas were all male, and Aiden is equating that to saying like, oh, well, that means it only passes to male descendants. Which, again, I don't think we have enough information to draw that conclusion necessarily, because I mean, he complains to me when I do that kind of thing, so I'm not going to do it to him, obviously. Okay, him go with it. But yeah, I mean, it could have been in a case like, yeah, at any point there could have been a female Ultima. There's no reason that we see right now. There's no explanation in canon that says that they couldn't. All we hear is that Melissa did not inherit it, which says to me it's not passed on to the firstborn like a curse would naturally be in case like someone doesn't have any other children, which means that it operates more like a genetic condition, because that way it actually just it waits until the trait actually is passed on.
That actually makes a lot of sense.
There you go.
But let's talk about that later. Pops now.
Of course.
Yeah, we'll have this discussion after the stream.
Yeah, I
actually feel like there's something to talk about there.
Oh yeah, I wanted to make that theory video since 2018. Back then I liked the editing skills to do it, and then I just forgot about it. But now I can. At some point I will break that theory out. I've got my Rachel Lycan is should be alive theory. That's gonna be done first, but yeah.
Yeah, we never saw Rachel's body on screen, which might be a thing because My Street is a series meant for teens and kids, but it's also a thing in storytelling to where if your reader doesn't see a body, it could easily mean.
We saw Aaron collapse a couple of times. We saw Aphmau die on screen. Aaron almost died on screen, and he was on the ground after just being brought back to life with a knife through his chest and bleeding in the snow. So
yeah, you have a point.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of gruesome deaths in My Street now that I think about it.
Of course, I guess you could blaze that list, but yeah, the only time we see Rachel actually ever get actually like having like firearms even pointed at her, so she's going to be executed, is in a flashback sequence that Aaron is seeing, which he was never there for, and he only heard the report verbally. So yeah. Anyway, that's again theories for another point. I still haven't finished that script yet. Not this very long. It's been sick. No, Mum just wasn't mad at anybody unless she lied.
It was the Pigeon Man.
She was mad at The Pigeon Man.
The one guy who appears in every other episode for some reason.
Yep, and it's the record for the most akumatizations. Because I guess
What?
no one thought to get the guys in therapy.
And, like, all acclimatizations could be, subverted if the people in Paris just went to therapy.
Honestly, I think Mayor Bourgeois could probably have just said government mandated therapy at this point for the safety of all Parisians. I feel like he could pull that off. That would probably get him some polls in popularity. So extra
that
votes
would.
here and there. Anyway, unless he was mad at Andromeda for poisoning Jess, no. You think that might possibly have made her mad, and that I actively said that should have made her mad several times in this episode, and they never address it? Was it really meant for this reveal right now because Jonny thinks that being mad is the only way to get akumatized, and that was planned from the beginning? Because if so, good on you for planning it from the beginning, but at the same time, did it have to be this?
Like, I understand, but I also don't like it. It's like having, the decision to have a toned-down Pinkie Pie for the purpose of making her sad. Stop!
I forgot that happened! I've heard discussion of France and teleporting, making a compilation. Now I think Data Focus Ghost just said, go to France, you can teleport. Almost about Duncan's breakup from Clemai. The other one is boarding school. Yeah. What kind of logic is that? I don't know.
At this point, Josh, we've just been spiraling downwards. This is the 4th episode. There are holes in the plot bigger than the Andromeda Galaxy.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of Andromedas, all I know is we better get you girls in this palace to be safe.
No, they're superheroes. Send them to Paris so they can save their parents.
And also, we know that they definitely have to be in Paris right now because Nadia Chamak is the local reporter for Paris, which means she should not be reporting news outside of her jurisdiction, I don't think, unless it's world news, but she doesn't really say that because she's had breaking news. Normally that applies in the moment because it's urgent, because you need to talk about it that point, because it's important for the people to know in the moment. Yeah. So they're definitely in Paris right now. They are in dystopia at the moment, and they have not been mentioned as a target.
Hold on.
If anything, the target of most akumatizations is the person that has incited the negative emotions, which in this case would be Andromeda, as well as Ladybug and Cat Noir, who are also, that was the personal exchange for the power. So it depends, because that depends how much of Hallboss influence goes between the different characters, and that's the different variation for each episode. That's one of the genius things about Miraculous, that it does write a lot of the time. So yeah.
Where are my pencils?
Are you going to write a script in pencil right now? You actually are, my goodness. Okay. So yeah, like I said, the targets are normally those ones. Obviously, Ladybug and Cat Noir are a void thing at this point, because obviously they are not targets because they are the akumatized people in this case, which means that the main target of akumatization in this case would just be Andromeda. They get them into Andromeda, and then they hand over their Miraculous, would be the deal that is struck at this point. Because akumatization is not like a normal possession. It amplifies your negative emotions, but you still have the autonomy to do the plan your own way with the powers you've been given, striking a deal with Hawkmoth for granting you that power. And that is why Ladybug and Cat Noir are always also targets on top of whoever is in trouble in that moment.
Okay, I've gotten a notebook. You probably saw as I slacked it down on my keyboard.
You threw it and it hit the camera.
I'm ready to take notes.
That's what Jonny should have done. Take notes on the formula for a Miraculous Ladybug episode. If you're going to recreate an akumatization, recreate an akumatization. Okay, let's hurry before nothing. You're going to take us to... Oh, so they're not in Paris. Forget what I just said then. I guess...
So, Adrian, what happened to you?
Okay, I haven't seen the Cat Blanc episode yet, but that is what happens when he gets akumatized at one point. He turns to Cat Blanc. Or Cat Blanche.
I know. But it's proven to us that accumatizations can sometimes take different forms depending on the circumstance.
I mean, sometimes, but a lot of people end up becoming
Sometimes.
the same thing if they are a recurring villain. They just become the same person they once were before. They get the same power
Like,
again.
but even then, use a slightly grayer white and not like the bright white.
Mm.
There are slight gray tones that. Because Adrian is
Yeah.
kind of painful to look at.
Now acknowledging
Like,
Polly's
I can't.
now that Polly's outfit, what is she wearing? She's wearing her blue scarves from before that were so accurate, but they've been recolored as if they were a different outfit. As for Marinette, speaking of recoloring, I guess Ladybug doesn't get. I guess she gets like a palette swap. Maybe is that how that works? I guess. This looks like
Except for
like
the palette.
Scarabella now.
Yeah, she does look like Scarabella now. But I would also like to say.
Okay, so I did get it right. Thank you. They bleached Cat Noir. It's not Cat Blanc or Cat Blanche. It's Cat Bleach.
I understand. They bleached her. Like, I'm just gonna say this. Like, I understand. You need a palette swap, Adrian.
Mm-hmm.
But this is not the way to do it, Chief.
Okay. Before nothing.
There is off-white for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
Just make him off-white instead of blinding white.
Yeah.
I can't even tell his mask apart from his face.
Yeah. You're going to take us to.
Also, I was gonna say they're akumatized because they're mad at that one lady. Why are they going after their own children?
They're going after Rena and Carapace, which means that they know they still have the knowledge of the secret entities and that Amy is their daughter, but also on top of like there not being a reason for them to go after them specifically, unlike Andromeda in this instance, unless it turns out they're actually mad at Ali and Nina for something, which who knows if they are. But yeah, I guess they also came to Discopia with them for some reason, even though they weren't there in the teleportation before. They're just standing. But if that were the case and they went to Discopia with them, they would have not been there to be akumatized unless the akumatization happened just right now. Nadia found out before people who were right next to them the entire time. Because if otherwise, they would have to teleport from Paris to Discopia in order to force someone to teleport them back to Paris, where they already know where Rena and Carapace live, because they are their best friends. Yeah, see, your brain's hurting now too. You see what I'm going through. What?
Okay.
Why would this person need my parents? What? That's a good question, but still.
You don't recognize them? They're pretty much the exact same people with palette swap.
And you also just told that you also just heard the news that was affecting your best friend so much, so you definitely know what happened to Ladybug and Cat Noir. Two of the show that look vaguely like them. Gee, I wonder who they are. You don't want to know why. Now tell us where your parents are, Amy. In their house, probably. They're not hard to find.
Bleach Noir. We watched our cat boy.
Mm-hmm. She'll never tell you. Bleach Noir.
Adrian?
So they do know. They do know who
So?
They still recognize them.
Ghosty, I don't think they can see. They've got blocks blinding over.
They don't see anything. It's like Adrian's voice is coming from somewhere over here. We can't figure out where.
He's too white.
Hurry, girls. In the palace now. How about you transform and fight?
Yeah, I mean, you are superheroes, so... Nope, they're just gonna...
Mm-hmm. Oh, no you don't, Amy. Well, joke's on you. I can... Wait, hold on. Marinette just teleported. Teleport to Nino and Halia, you idiot!
Why would you even require their children if you could teleport?
Is this like Nightcrawler, where you have to like, you can only teleport a short distance, and if you see where you're going, so you have to like teleport like in Portal over the Atlantic Ocean to travel long distance? I don't think it is. Geographically, we know that Dystopia is the neighbor of France, which means we wouldn't even have an ocean body to cover. You could just go through vast distances and get there very quickly without having to force a superhero against her will to help you. That's how I feel. I'm looking at all the pops just squinting or covering their eyes. It's like, yeah, we're listening. We're paying attention. Yeah, mankind it destroys itself. Yeah, we know. What if I tell? What are you doing? I'm blinding my eyes, sir. Well, knock it off. Oh wow, they actually did attack finally. Puzz! And you're next, Riley. At least I got one. Yeah, the only one you needed. You didn't care about the others. Why was she so stale when she fell? I don't know. She was whacked by a baker. Maybe that's why she's stale. Anyway.
Well done, my lady. You hit a child.
Marinette, please, don't do this. Oh, don't worry. We won't harm you. That is, unless your parents don't come to save their child. Oh, so you don't want them to take her to take you to her parents. You want the parents to come to you now. Okay, you just turn into Voldemort all of a sudden. I do not need to seek Reina Rouge and Carapace. With you here, by the time the night is done, they will come to me. Do you understand?
Also,
How do you live with
got
yourself,
tired
Amy?
of taking notes, so I drew this.
That looks like an Adventure
What?
Time character. It looks like those like gumball machines that guard the Candy Kingdom.
Yeah, it does. This is just kind of like, what? Which is my reaction to this entire situation.
I've fallen and I can't get up. Oh my goodness. That joke is 50 years old.
Sarcasm.
That joke is 50 years old.
Like, but even then, like, you can teleport, well, not in pop form. Do that. Like, quite literally save yourself, Girly Pop. Right now, you're just literally serving yourself to them.
You will call them, saying we have captured you. You can just make a new statement. You don't even have to, like, Nadia clearly is following your progress outside of her own jurisdiction, yeah? I mean, you did just quote Monty Python, so I guess you don't mean I was being old tracks out, Bon, yeah. And the only way to free you is to hand over their miraculous. Why do you need theirs? You're the ones who have the powers of creation and destruction, the ones that Hawkmoth actually wanted. The other ones just got in the way and helped out with missions where their powers were relevant.
I have a theory. Maybe there's like a copycat of of Gabriel Agreste. But he was under the understanding that, oh, Gabriel is clearly going after the wrong miraculous. We clearly need the turtle and fox.
Yeah, I mean, but forget.
Yeah, that's the master plan.
Forget that.
I'm going to
forget mastering
steal this
creation and destruction to save our our dying wife who was kept in stasis. No, we need like illusion and shield. That's the powers we need to cure her disease. We'll just make people believe she's alive and shield her from further diseases. You know, aside from one that she already has, which we just, again, did not cure at all.
But yeah, my statement is, maybe this copycat of maybe the copycat, or maybe this whole thing is just superfluous. Maybe this whole plot line doesn't make too much sense, but we're cramming
Yeah.
it in anyway.
Like, remember, copy me. Your task is to akumatize someone and then capture the miraculous of Ladybug and Cat Noir. Ah, yes, akumatize Ladybug and Cat Noir. No, Akuma's going to capture them first and then get Ladybug and Cat Noir. Akumatize the miraculous of Ladybug and Cat Noir. No, listen to what I'm saying. Wait, it's like one of Jeremy's clones from Code Lyoko, where they always get like one like random defect that he can't like control. It's an anomaly that happens. The anomaly for clone Gabriel is deafness.
Not deafness. Clone Gabriel is just a massive idiot. Wipeout Arena 18. We are confused.
You arrive at last. On my lunch break.
On my lunch
Well,
break.
your arrival is most opportune because I think we're getting to the break between episodes around this time, which is why I'm actually going to do a two-parter because we've been here for 3.5 hours.
I'm so confused.
Yeah.
I've watched all the episodes, but I'm still lost.
I keep picking videos where I think I'm going to be here for a short amount of time and then just don't. Never! Ah, why must they always be this stubborn? What are we confused about? If we told you the entire list, we'd be here for another hour. It's fine, kitty cat. Okay, why is like evil Ladybug the one who gives the nicknames now? Is that like the opposite thing here, where it's normally like good Cat Noir who is the one who calls her Bugaboo or whatever nonsense,
no.
and now
like
it's evil marionettes that.
Kitty Cat is a regular nickname.
Oh,
but
of course, yeah,
been
Gatito,
some-
yeah. Sorry, I watched the show in Spanish. Yeah, Gatito, she says that a lot, doesn't she? Yeah. All right. I'll make Alia come one way or another. Again, still can't just go house, which I know the address of. This is the first episode still. It's the first episode of the 2 episodes that we're covering like right now, but yeah, I'm not going to cover the second one because we don't have time.
Yeah, we've been here for 3 hours.
Yeah.
There's been a lot to go over.
Yeah. I sure hope Ames is okay. What were we saying before? That the Kwame should have been here the whole time. And now Trix actually shows up. So you can make Kwames. We were saying before, oh, well, maybe he just doesn't know how to do that or just think to resize them. But no. Apparently, he can make Kwames, but didn't make Tiki and Plug. Oh, and of course the text is so small I can't read it. I'll have to go on full screen. Oh no, I've got it. Alia, it's Amy. She's been captured. Thanks for burping in the mic. That's talk about ASMR from earlier. Anyway, she's what?
Anyway, I'm gonna get back to chugging this.
Ladybug sent a message to you. I'm sorry. Ladybug can send a message while akumatized to Alia directly to get her to like arrive. However, she wanted to force Amy to send a message beforehand, even though she could easily do it herself. Again, without forcing her. So on top of not teleporting there, not legging her way over, using the notice of like her address or anything, not trying to trick her in some way, not forcing, not sending her, be able to send her a message beforehand. She goes with forcing Amy on all these accounts when that's completely pointless, attacking a different superhero on top of the ones you're already trying to target, one who wasn't even in the same country as the one that you want to target, and therefore would not have been a threat to you unless you actively went after them, which you did.
Like, even then, Alia is sitting in front, like, and assumably sitting in front of a television and wasn't staring at the wall this whole time.
Which means she would have probably seen the news as well. Oh god, yeah, that's true.
Meaning that Alia would have, done the miraculous thing of going outside and stopping the Akuma anyway.
Yeah, probably. Oh, well, I guess you can't really stop it because, again, just you can't really capture it because that's Ladybug's thing, but...
Okay, Princess Justice is a Mega Mind reference.
What?
Who I'm sorry,
Okay,
Jacob.
I'm guessing Princess Justice is the name of, like, evil Ladybug.
Yes.
I think that's... we just haven't got to that point. It hasn't said a name yet. That's the confusing part. So this is a Mega Mind reference now that's coming up.
That's not the confusing part. It's the Mega Mind reference.
Well, I guess we're going to see in a second what the message... We haven't got to the message, so let's see what it is. Oh, okay. Now I get it. Yes. Hi, Metro Man. I have captured the beautiful Roxanne. Roxanne, don't panic. Not panicking. Yeah. Okay. Of course. Also, I thought it was Titan spelled like Titan, not Titan like that.
Anyway. I'm sorry, Jacob. You're gonna have to go through the rest of this alone. I thought I had the mental capacity for Pops.
Don't leave me
but
here.
Apparently I do not. I am sorry, but I'm going to have to leave you to your own devices.
I shall brave it alone.
Unless another member of our lovely audience wants to.
Yeah. I guess it's got to be me. Not me. Not Hermione. You.
Not me. Not Hermione. You.
Well, there we go.
Not Dobby. Not Hagrid. You.
Not I, and not Professor Dumbledore. You, Mr. Potter.
Anyway.
Okay.
I am going to go. I thought I had the mental fortitude for Pops, but apparently I do not.
All right. Oh, apparently this time it's spelled Titanville. Okay, I forgot that. All right, fair enough.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
I mean, that's fine, but bear in mind she could have done this in the first place without forcing Amy to send a message like she was planning to. Why was that even an idea?
She could, Marionette knows where they live. She could have quite literally teleported into their house and been like, oh yeah, there you are. Hand over your miraculous and we won't hurt you.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Quite honestly. Oh, the subtitles in the film start conflicting with each other from Titan to Titan. It's hilarious. That sounds like YouTube audio capture. Yeah, auto capture.
Anyway, goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
I'm all alone. There's no one here beside me. And I have someone you care about captured. Oh, my camera's gone off again. Hold on. And there we go. Ames! Go on, Amy. Call for your superhero mom to come rescue you. She doesn't need to. You just sent a message to her. She's going to come and rescue you. That's what superheroes do. This is pointless. It's fine. I don't have to necessarily know about Miraculous. I mean, this doesn't make sense on a storytelling level anyway. On a basic story, it does make sense anyway, regardless of the Miraculous stuff. That's on top of everything else, but yeah. Mom, don't worry about me. I'll be okay. Either you or my friends will come save me. The same friends are sent inside a castle to be safe. Also, do people know that... Oh, wait, actually, never mind. You have 1 hour to... I'll probably be the one needing supporting. I mean, you're welcome to join. You have 1 hour to come to the top of the TV studio tower. Don't keep waiting. Okay, but also say you're in Dystopia. I mean, actually, wait, no, she knows that. Never mind. I know she's now teleported back to Paris. Of course, she probably has done that. Because, yeah, she can't teleport, so she has to be nearby, which means she must be still in Paris, right? Trix, time to transform. It's full screen again. You're going to have to fight your best friend. Thank you, Captain Obvious. Anything else you have to say to me? I know I sound jaded right now, but like everything else on top of this episode has really got me annoyed now, so there's not really much else I can say now. Oh, Bond is no longer traumatized. Hello.
I have returned, and I am no longer traumatized. I am also Captain Obvious.
Hey, Bond, did you know that, going out to when your best friend gets possessed and you're going out to fight them means you have to fight your best friend?
Really?
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god! I had no
Well,
idea.
that was important, yeah. Nope, I'm gonna have to save my best friend.
Well, that's why the little thing said said it again, just for that line right there.
I guess, yeah.
What are those little
Yeah.
what are the little superhero things called?
They're called Kwamis.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Kwame.
All
That's
right.
what I meant to say.
Okay, Trix, let's pounce. Now, how am I going to save Ames? Wait, don't you want to like tell Nino to come help you? You're just gonna leave your husband?
Her just standing there stale in the portal reminds me so much of that one time where I think the ballet pop boyfriend got kidnapped and he's just sitting on the beach by himself.
Oh yeah.
He's just there alone.
I think that was. I think that might have been it was either Ballroom Pops or that was another Disco Pops revival episode actually, where Snap Pop just goes in alone for some reason.
Oh, I was thinking of ballet pops because it was a ballet dancer's husband or boyfriend, one of those two. That's why I thought it was
Oh,
ballet pops.
yeah.
But I think it was just it just happened to be a ballet character.
Okay, yeah. It seems like your mother is too scared to face her best friend. I guess an hour has passed. All right then. Marinette, let Ames go right now. You're on top of a TV studio, by the way. You probably don't want to say her actual name. Just heads up.
Just because it says AMS, which makes me feel like it's AMS, because that's how it's pronounced.
But yeah, but we know her name is Amy. But yeah.
Let AMS
Anyway.
go.
Yeah. Ah, there she is, milady.
Marinette, hey, I'm the only milady around here.
That is, yeah. I think she's saying there she is. Is it like there Rena Rouge is,
Oh, comma, my
milady
bad.
too? Yeah.
My bad. Was there a comma, or can I just not read?
I think so.
I can't read. Okay.
I will let her go if.
How many dots is that?
If what? You hand your miraculous to me.
Princess Justice.
I'll never give you my miraculous. Honestly, you could have just lied. You could have traded it off and presented like an illusion of it, considering that Rena Rouge's power is illusion. Present a fake miraculous to her, and she won't know the difference before she frees Amy. At which point, cause another illusion, and so shield her from view so she can't get her back. And therefore, both of you escape or let Amy transform and help you out. I'm so much better at coming up with plans than. Like part of like
rewrite this entire series, Jacob Butter.
Part of Miraculous Ladybug, the appeal of it is the way that they work around, like think around a problem. That's why Ladybug is chosen for her creativity. She uses whenever she gets the lucky charm, she doesn't know what she actually has with it. So she used to think like use her surroundings and come up with a plan in the moment. Sometimes she comes up with plans without the use of the lucky charm when she can't transform in the moment. That's also a thing that she does occasionally. She gets better at situations also not only because of her fighting skills, which is also a key factor, but mainly her ingenuity, her actual creativity, which is what one of the personality traits that Ada was complaining about was not present in this version. Alia, well, any of the characters also have the same moments. They have their moments as well, and that's why they were chosen. Because they knew that because people knew they would be suited for these roles. But here we are, and it's like, yeah, they never come up with any plans, apparently. They just go straight in and do almost nothing because Jonny doesn't like to have too much violence anyway, so we don't get much action to begin with.
So, superheroes who have been akumatized, if that's the right term, the ones who like have the butterfly thing going on with them.
Yeah.
So do they still have the same powers as their like when they're good? Like does
most of the time that I've seen is mostly been normal civilians who get like other powers. So I think the only example that they have is again Cat Blanc, but I haven't seen that
does he
episode
have
yet.
the same powers as Cat Noir? Like, are they the same powers?
I'm gonna guess so, because if you reverse his powers, it also like stick with the whole Noir and Blanc thing. It would be creation, which is again Ladybug's power, so that wouldn't work. That's just my guess anyway.
Here's my question: if akumatized Ladybug has access to a lucky charm, would it be in like evil Ladybug's favor, or would it be in like the greater good's favor? Like, this is always the conflict I had with the Harry Potter like liquid luck sort of thing. If like Harry Potter and Voldemort both took liquid luck, then who would win?
I would say they would. I'd say they would cancel each other out, and it would
Okay.
yeah.
But that's
unless one of their
lucky charm
brews
would
was more
favor?
powerful. Unless one of their brews would be better, but assuming
true,
that they both brewed it correctly and perfectly, then they cancel each other out.
But
Yeah.
do you think that Marinette's lucky charm would be like in favor to her evil intents or in favor to the greater good?
I don't actually know. Chat, debate that, please.
Shower thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Then say good to your daughter.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Also, yeah, apparently what I said before was Disco Pop's revival. So again, another thing that came up this time where for some reason Snap Pop just went, hey, wait here, don't help me. I'm gonna go rescue this guy by myself, even though you all came in with me and transformed and were about to go in.
Wait here,
yeah, I'm just gonna solve
in this inconspicuous cave. It has to be through here.
Exactly. Oh, okay. I guess about to find out. Unlucky charm. Let's go.
I guess that answers my question. Oh god! Oh my god! Wow.
Well, this is the most direct lucky charm I've ever seen.
Man,
Normally,
this lucky charm is biased.
Normally, the lucky charm is part of the solution.
Yeah.
Not the entire solution.
Just rolled up with a scythe. Okay.
Imagine if that's how the lucky charm
wanted
worked
to get the job done.
If that's how the lucky charm worked in the show, it's like lucky charm, a sledgehammer. What do I do with this? Oh right, yeah, bash someone.
Lucky Charm's done with this episode.
Oh,
just kill her already.
Stop. Who are you? I'm the pop that is apparently in Disco Pop, but also not in Disco Pops, and I'm also new but not new. I started after my younger sister, but was not prophesized like my younger sister was. Don't know why that happened.
Amy is so unfazed. It's so funny.
Sprinkler Pop.
Sprinkler Pop? Oh my god.
They're all named after dance moves, and Jonny is running out at this point.
Sprinkler?
Yeah, the sprinkler.
Her power is.
That would actually be a cool twist, because to go back to a different source material, in Super Pops, each pop has a different power that in this series rarely gets used. They can all shoot lasers. They do sometimes do that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just that Sprinklers only goes in short little bursts and can only go in like a 180 radius.
So a pop has come to free our prisoner. the only one that bothered to show up, even though we televised our exact location. Hello?
Marinette, what are you waiting for? You're just sitting there holding the sides. She's right there. Like,
She's not even defending herself. They're
the
not even
Lucky
in a
Charm
defense
just like
stance,
spoon
either
fed
of
it
them.
to you.
No matter. We're not going to free her until Rina gives us her miraculous. And Carapace apparently just forgot about him, I guess. I mean, people often do, but still.
You seem to
poor Nina.
intend to kill her. You seem to have just thrown your plan of killing her out the window.
This is the Marinette and Adrian I know, though. Yeah, what gave that
Whoa,
away? The
gosh.
conversation. Also, Camilla, how well do you actually know them? Like, you've only spoken to them a couple of times. This isn't the Marinette and Adrian I've maintained 2 civil conversations with. What happened to you?
This
Snap
isn't
out
the
of
Marinette and Adrian I've talked over the phone with.
it. This is the Marinette and Adrian I mildly recognize in public.
This isn't from the show.
The real Marinette and Adrian would be... This wasn't in the manga. The real Marinette and Adrian would be kind and caring to their friends. I know
the real
from
cat
second-hand reports.
wouldn't be bleached. The real evil Marinette wouldn't have an unlucky charm that spoon feeds the answer. They'd make it a little difficult at least. Put some effort into it.
Please, you made Jess worried about you. Ah, the mention of their daughter's going to snap out of it, isn't it? Yeah. That can happen. Sometimes you can remind people of something to do with themselves as normal people, and then they can actually free themselves from communization, but it's rarer. Normally you destroy the object of sin. Yeah. That's it. Oh, now you create an illusion. Alright then. Mirage. Oh, they're not gonna fall for it now. She just make her walk in.
Whoa! Where'd you come from? You
Also,
must be real.
You probably have, yeah, you might not have noticed this, but most of the time, the characters don't actually move that much. I know that poses don't change, but I also they don't walk around or anything like that. So it's kind of like
4 out of 5 of them are all in pose 1. They don't move that much. Yeah, I could tell.
No, I mean like move from one place to another, so like they don't walk,
see,
so you wouldn't have like a character.
There's
walk
many
in.
transition frames. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Jessica, what are you doing here? This doesn't.
Oh my
concern
god!
you.
For goodness sake!
I kidnapped your best friend in front of you.
I think Adrian got a little bit of bleach in his eyes.
It got bleach in between.
He's
all
got
4
cataracts.
That would.
Double,
oh yeah,
that's a double meaning right there. Get it, cataracts.
Yes, and actually, a character trait of Cat Noir is that he makes terrible cat puns all the time. So actually,
sorry, I didn't see you walk in. I have cataracts. Cue the stock
pretty much. So essentially, you have accidentally created a more accurate representation of Cat Noir than a fan of the show has.
After never seeing it. Oh my god, why do I keep referencing the compilation? This is like the Power Rangers thing. God, I just escaped the compilation. Now I can't seem to escape it.
Yeah, remember how one of the disco pops is also related to the Power Rangers?
Oh god, it's all connected.
It is. Jonny was the one who Eli was the one who started the franchise of having crossover with different people that were different pop groups, but Jonny was the one who added other IPs on top of what was already there. Which also is concerning that he's so bad at it to this day. Yes, it does. I want my parents back. You have to resist.
This would be a very nice distraction, but So
Don't listen.
what I would have done in this scenario is I would have made Amy and Sprinkler over here also an illusion, so that these guys could be distracted, so that they could actually get Amy and out of harm's way. But no,
Which I
I
think
assume
is-
they're actually still there, and the only real illusion here is this orange pop that I forget the name of.
Yeah, but Groove Pop or Jess. That's it. Keep thinking positive thoughts. Think happy thoughts. Oh, well, she's gone now. I guess we've been tricked. I guess we. Honestly,
Jess,
like,
where did you go? The cataracts!
Rena, what are you doing? Make the illusion disappear after they finish deakumatizing themselves.
They're in the middle of deakumatizing and then they see her fade. No, back into evil! It was all a lie!
The sound effect like plays in reverse.
Time to de-evilize! Nope, never mind! Ungotcha! Come back, little butterfly!
Jonny said in the second note that Wi-Fi Moth is yours truly. Which means that apparently this is not Gabriel. Gabriel is still dead. Josh is the new
Shocker.
villain.
Okay, KW, Jacob was by himself. I just felt like I had to...
I need support to
he
get
needed a
through
wingman,
this.
okay?
I did, and I do.
He needed a wingman.
Oh, OMG, Amy, so sorry.
Nobody in their 30s or 40s says OMG! Except for a desperate mother trying to be a part of the trend.
You know something? Maybe by the time that we get to our 30s and 40s, maybe our generations will start saying, we'll keep saying OMG, but by that point, they'll move to something else, potentially. Maybe that's,
fine.
Yeah.
Devil's advocate, fine.
I love how this episode has tormented my brain in so many ways, and I'm still trying to defend it. No one can say that I am not fair and just in these reviews. I try. Anyway. Cat Noir was just mad at Andromeda.
Oh
I
my
wasn't,
god,
apparently.
you threw your husband under the bus!
Well, yeah, but she's kind of threw herself in the bus because she should have been mad at Andromeda as well. She poisoned her daughter. I would be fuming.
Cat Noir! Oh, I'm so sorry.
But apparently-
Amy, it was Cat Noir who was mad and I got worried about him. God, how could you do this to us, Cat Noir?
It's weird how it's weird how Jonny seems to think that people can only feel one emotion at a time, as if for some reason Cat Noir's anger, which started a second earlier, meant that Manet's worry was superimposed to anger, and therefore she felt no anger. You know, people can and do feel more than one thing at a time.
What? For instance, I'm feeling traumatized and also euphoric at the same time.
Yeah, I'm
Wow.
feeling like my brain has died. I feel like my throat is dying, and I also feel hungry. And I feel done with this video.
We need to stop with these 3-hour-plus streams.
I tried to pick a thing. I thought Disco Pops was a safe bet, because yes, we have stuff to say about it.
Yeah, but
That is true.
you invited Aiden!
Aiden asked to join. That's how I do. It's first come, first served.
That was the mistake.
Okay.
That's why the stream is 4 hours long.
Alright. Also, this is acknowledging that it's not just anger that forms akumatizations, which was directly implied in the earlier castle scene.
Are you going to apologize? Why are you apologizing to her while she's still in the force field? Like, she's just still there being suspended in the air. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Like, are you going to let her down or are you just going to apologize?
That's a good point. Normally,
let her down first!
Yeah, normally to undo the effects of an Akuma attack, Ladybug has to get rid of the lucky charm. by shouting Miraculous Ladybug, it disperses in the sky and undoes all the effects of the Akuma attack. Akuma's already, like, you know, scarpered and been de-evilized, which, yes, they say de-evilize in the English dub. I hate it too. Not the Spanish one, so there you go.
I'm sorry, Amy. It's fine. Please let me down, please.
Yeah.
I don't like being suspended. Actually, wait, no, never mind. She's completely stale. Please let me down. I would like to
Yeah.
go home now.
I mean, I don't mind being suspended, but I would rather not be, you know?
Can I go on a beach? I heard the other guy got some nice treatment.
Yeah. It's okay, Ladybug, although I kind of want to get out of this voice.
Yeah, exactly! Do you mind? I would like to get out now. But, like, it's not even, like, intense either. It's not even, like... I kind of want to get out. I'm kind of on the fence about it, but I kind of want to get out.
Oh, you're getting a new room. New studio. Anyway.
I kind of want to leave, but it's kind of nice.
Yeah, on it. Cataclysm. That is a nice representation of like how Cataclysm actually works within 2 frames, but yeah. Well, should we go to visit Discopia to see if Jess is feeling better? She's not feeling better. She doesn't know what happened yet. She doesn't know that her parents are... My goodness.
Where's
not only
Jess?
does Jonny...
She was just here a few seconds ago. Where has she gone?
I guess they don't know she was an illusion, maybe.
But
I guess they don't...
You said that they still have, like, they still retain their memories when they're akumatized. It's just that their negative emotions are amplified. So they would still see it and remember it, wouldn't they?
Oh, apparently Jonny meant Jules to be referring to himself in the notes, so... yeah, I guess Jonny is doubly responsible for the atrocity that is occurring here. Sprinkler Pop has been, again, she's pulling an ebony pop now. There's always someone who's had to be in the corner.
Sorting algorithms.
No emotions, no thoughts.
What's between those ears? Is it a brain? Nope. Just no brain. Nothing there.
Is everything okay, Ladybug? I like to think that he like pulls on her pigtails. Hey, Ladybug, is everything okay?
Ladybug, yoink! Ow! You jerk!
I mean, Cat, I think it's natural worries about our little girl.
Then go see her!
So now you feel natural emotions. Why did that take a full episode?
You
to
can
happen?
go check on her while you're sitting here mourning! You can go see her! Go see her!
Yeah, yoink, just yoink her hair. She deserves it. Yeah. Don't worry. I'm sure Camilla and Kim are making sure Jess feels better about everything. I guess. But they also know it's an ongoing situation. That they probably could have, like, actively helped.
Just, like, flatlined.
This is another thing. Jonny apparently seems to think that people, when they're sad, can do nothing else. So humans can only feel one emotion at one time.
There's a difference between sadness and depression, okay? And even when you're depressed, you can still perform some tasks.
Especially if you're a superhero. All superheroes are depressed.
They all carry some sort of baggage.
You don't see Batman feel like, sir, I believe you are the Joker is going to blow up Gotham City again. I'm not feeling like it, Alfred. Leave me alone. I'm feeling sad. Sir, you're always feeling sad. I know, Alfred. But today it's especially sad. I don't know.
Sir, the world is ending. The people, Gotham City needs you. I need myself right now. Sir, Joker is taking over the entire world. No one can save them. We need your help.
All I need
I
right
can't
now.
lift a finger, Alfred.
All I need right now is a tub of Haagen-Dazs ice cream and reruns of Golden Girls on Netflix.
Need to watch my Jerry Maguire.
So to recap, humans can only feel one emotion at any given time. If they do, it superimposes onto the other. Emotions must be dealt with in the moment, because otherwise they will not be able to perform simple tasks unless emotions are dealt with. What the heck? Jonny, you are a human, aren't you? Yeah, it's okay, girl.
Oh yeah, where were you? You didn't do anything.
It's just, we almost lost her to Andromeda. It's the only one we had naturally.
Uh,
Okay.
uh.
Okay, yeah. Again, on an actual serious note, as an adoptee, I do take offense to the idea that for some reason people seem to think that parents care more about their naturally born children than they do about the adopted ones, especially if they have both. Yeah, no, that's not how it works. Yeah, that implication should not be there.
Good thing your adopted child didn't hear that.
Yeah, well, either of them. She
Good
has
God.
2 other children.
Good God.
Which I guess
That's so
explains the
sad.
genetic disparity with Cassidy. Even though Polly is the one who looks the most like one of her parents. Unless what she means by had naturally is that she wasn't artificially inseminated, which I guess is also a thing, but that also means, like, why on earth would you bring that up as well? Oh, God.
That
But
is
yeah.
not relevant to the conversation because, you know, you love all your children equally, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the simple people seem to think, like, oh, yeah, like, with the child, like a biological child, you have like a natural reaction because either they look like you or because like you went through the turmoil and all the hormones to actually create them and stuff. It's psychological. You know, your brain is still receiving different hormonal signals regardless of whatever happens. So it is completely irrelevant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, Carapace and I were lucky enough to have Ames born on the same day as Jess. Which I guess, you know, symbolically, yeah, we can't we almost lost her, and that was more important because of that parallel with our daughter. God.
I'm so done. And you've been here for like 4 hours. I've only been here for like half of one.
4 hours and 15 minutes. It's longer than the other stream. This was supposed to be a shorter stream. You want me to swing by and see if Jess wants to talk to one of her favorite superheroes?
Wow.
I mean, I would say, you know, yeah, I would say want to stab at her parents, but these are her parents, so they suck, so that's fair.
Yeah.
Sure, Raina. One thing I was say, one thing? Only one? I'd love to think. I want to know what your world looks like. Actually, no, I don't. Don't let me live in your
What
world.
was going through your head while you were in that force field?
What doesn't make sense, sweetie? Who could have possibly had the butterfly miraculous? Okay, yeah, that is a good question. I thought Monarch was gone. I think if I found it must be using it for evil, like Monarch. That
Monarch wasn't
doesn't
using it
answer
for
the
evil, was
question.
it?
Yeah, Monarch was. Also, yeah, Monarch is nothing for Hawkmoth, basically different, I don't know, law reasons. But yeah,
I thought
like
he
they
was
knew he was
doing
using it for
it to
evil. That
save
was
his wife.
obvious because we just saw that it was being used for evil. We don't need a line telling us this again.
I thought he was doing all this to save his wife.
Well, yes, but he's resorted to do so. That's
Oh,
how,
it's a
yeah.
okay. It's an Anakin Skywalker situation. I see.
Yes, it's more like a villains are the heroes of their own story kind of situation. Yeah.
Okay.
But either way, we still like I know I say show don't tell, which is still true, but also show don't tell or show and tell. Like don't show and tell, just show if you can help it, please. And we're sure that you'll stop them. Who are you anyway? I'm talking out of pop mode. Yes, we
Uh,
know you
obviously.
are. We can see that.
Captain Obvious has made their return. Why is the meowing?
Princess Camilla!
Princess Cam! We've come full circle!
I didn't even read the dialogue. I just did that automatically.
Me too!
Yeah, it's me. This should have been the reveal. Take out the previous thing, do the other thing. There's so many fixes. I want to do like, I know people see like the fan scripts on Channel Awesome. That's what this needs. Like just a full rewrite. Oh
This
my
meowing.
gosh, this is going to be a big scoop for superhero news. I thought
You're
you
going
stopped.
to dox her? I think that kind of destroys the point.
That is a thing that Alia did in the early seasons when she was still trying to figure out who Ladybug was before she knew about the importance of superhero to give identities. When she actually had one herself, she finally acknowledged that and sort of started to back off, but she still did like the Lady blog and like reported on Ladybugs, but didn't like go into like details like, let's see who she really is the whole time. She actually had a character arc that left her, that made her transition away from this. And yet, somehow, when this is a mature adult with years of superhero experience, she just regresses. Great.
Makes sense. Bro, these cats are throwing me
Mm-hmm.
See the distant
No.
meowing.
Amy can tell her friends and cousin. However, no one else must know that I'm a sprinkler pop. Yeah, we know the rules. Ali's just an
You
idiot.
should have agreed to that before you doxed yourself. You should
Well,
have told them that.
You would think that the other superheroes would have known about that before, because actually, they all should, including Alia. Please tell me you all will keep that promise.
You should have thought of making them swear before you took off your ring.
Let's just focus on cheering up Jessica.
You didn't promise.
You didn't answer
I
the
didn't
question.
hear a promise.
Uh-huh. Jess, I'm sure someone will save your parents. Again, for the second time, not us, the actual superheroes, though. Because apparently our kryptonite is being humans.
Shoot dang.
I don't understand, Kim. First I got poisoned, now my parents got akumatized?
This
What's
will
there not to
definitely be
understand?
trauma that comes back later. You are definitely going to be. You are definitely not going to be completely vague in the next episode. Like nothing ever happened.
This is literally the worst day ever. Speaking of next episode, it's supposed to be a double upload, and I thought this was gonna be like an easy gap because like episode 4 had a title card. Josh, you've seen this already, right? Is there a title card for episode 5, or am I already in that? Because I need to wrap this up at some point. Who is it, Alice? It's Marinette and Adrian, Princess. Okay, let them in. She doesn't know they're not akumatized yet.
Jess, you should not be unfazed by this.
She doesn't know they're not akumatized as well. They just know they've been rescued, so...
But she just heard her call through the door.
In fact, they actually went to the palace to take refuge from them specifically, so the fact that they're returning, that's not necessarily a good sign.
Yeah,
Okay.
run away. Or, like, you should ask that. Are they akumatized?
Okay, so title card for episode 5. We're more than halfway through, so I'm assuming we're almost done. Hey, Jess.
Oh, okay.
We're so
We're
sorry
not gonna
for
talk about
adding to your sadness.
We're gonna
Initiating
gloss over that.
hug mode activated. We're so sorry for adding to your sadness. Loading vague platitudes. I'm so glad you're both okay. And this is why it's called double sadness, because it's the worst day ever because 2 things happen here. Alright. I'll give Jonny credit for one thing. He's thinking about this from a character point of view as to how this episode affects different characters. The problem is he always picks the exact same way every single time. I'm free.
Oh
I'm
my god, I'm curious. Also a line from the compilation. Okay, we did it. It's over. Everyone can go home.
I normally would say pros and cons here, but
Get lost, little butterfly.
yeah, Get Lost Little Butterfly, Get Lost episode. Honestly, double sadness, more like a double awfulness. This one, like I have watched a lot of the original Disco Pops, and even some of the episodes in there, none of them comes even close to this as far as like everything falling apart. Like it's not just like it's it's the it's the it's the source material stuff, it's the actual episodes, it's the idea that even in a revival series, an improvement on the original, supposedly, you're still falling into the exact same traps, having characters that act more like robots trying to understand the human condition rather than actual people. And also like as a story in general, not even working. Like none of this was salvageable, and even the stuff that we actually did say was like, oh hey, this is a nice detail here, even that either got ruined later or actively contradicted itself.
We should have stopped at Statue Pop.
The statue pop was the peak.
Those
of
were
this.
simpler times. They
absolutely were. Oh my goodness. I really hope that next episode picks up from this, because again, they were originally meant to be separate, so I'm gonna hope that the next one, Childhood Memories, now we're gonna get something different. But I would normally say, hey, next time I do a review, I'll finish this off and do part 2. I'm going back to FAFSA. I'm finishing off the FAFSA episode 5 part 2, because that was nothing to wrap up, but that'll be on Sunday, because Saturday is something actually good. Bond's finished the compilation.
Yes, it's ready.
And Friday is another Team Stalker thing. So yeah, I'm in full swing of catch up mode right now.
So that whole thing,
drop dead from sickness, then you'll know why.
The whole thing I sent you about the upload schedule being varying around your time has actually now been redacted, because KW can't come to the Saturday stream. So now it's being uploaded tomorrow, when KW can actually react to it on her terms. And then hopefully you will react to it on Saturday, and maybe another guest can join in, hopefully Ghosty or BB, because those are other people who were also in the compilation for a good amount of time. But
that is fair. Okay. Maybe that's to go down our memories. But I guess next time we'll do childhood memories when we eventually get round to doing this again after some time. Okay. All right. Well, I hope you lot enjoy, because I didn't. Please leave a like or dislike, because your opinion matters. Subscribe to us already. And on that note, until next time,
get lost, little butterfly.